Hello, everyone. Welcome back from break. We have today's City Council meeting. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I think Council Member, I'm trying to remember, Melton, if you could lead us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin the meeting, I just want to commend everyone who was involved in the Dix Park Gibson Play Plaza groundbreaking on Sunday. It was amazing. I see Kate Pierce here, Stephen Bentley. I'm just going to ask anyone who was involved to please stand up so we can recognize you. I think Stephen, come on. It was amazing, and I especially loved the sand area where all the kids were playing with their vehicles and digging up the dirt. And what was amazing to me is they were so intent on what they were doing, they didn't pay any attention to us. And so, at all, right? So it was a great event, and I just want to say thank you. I think everybody was really pleased, and I just want to acknowledge again the Gibsons for their incredible gift and what they have done to help move Dix Park forward. So thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda. 2 items have been, we have special awards. Yes, so recognition of special awards. I believe Michelle is coming up. Thank you, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I'm Michelle Millette with the City Manager's Office, and I'm excited to introduce you all to Sophia Ramos from the Housing and Neighborhoods Department today. And she's going to go over our open house event that took place earlier this month. And I just really want to give Sophia a shout out because she really stepped up and took ownership of this event. And she teamed up with communication and several other partners to make this event so successful. So I'm going to turn it over to her, and I hope you guys enjoy the video.
Thank you, Michelle. And good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Sophia Ramos, and I'm a communications analyst for the Housing and Neighborhoods Department. And as Michelle mentioned, I'm going to be providing a recap of the Affordable Housing Open House event that took place on August 6th at Chavis Park.
It was amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing.
To start, I would just like to share what the purpose of the event was. We wanted to provide information to residents about local housing programs and resources that are available. And we also saw this as an opportunity to highlight affordable housing efforts by the city, by city-funded partners, and other community organizations. We also wanted to connect residents to other services and programs that they may be of interest to them to help them build a life in Raleigh. So that's utilities, transportation, and connecting them again to those other community resources. And before we go on, I would like to share a quick video about the event. And as you may have been able to tell in the video, we had many city groups represented at the event. Housing and Neighborhoods was the lead department for the event, but we also invited the other 9 groups listed on this slide to participate. Again, that's building that holistic picture of home and building a life in Raleigh. For our community partners, we invited 12 organizations. Those listed on this slide provided renter and homebuyer resources. And continuing here, these organizations focused on emergency housing and other public services. Over the 3-hour event from 9 a.m. to noon, we had over 1,000 attendees. And we were able to provide 5 free desktop computers provided by the Camden Institute during a raffle. And we were able to provide those winners the desktop computers on site at the time of the event. And there were 643 raffle entries for that giveaway. Lastly, I wanted to share just a bit about the event promotion and what we did to ensure that residents heard about this event. We wanted to utilize a variety of communications channels, so starting with print, we created and distributed flyers throughout the community while also placing newspaper ads. Looking digitally, we leveraged email, social media, website, and bus signage. And one thing to note is that we asked a sample of the event attendees how they heard about the event, and the items listed in green on this slide and the slide to follow were the traffic channels with the most responses. So here you can see for digital, email, and social media were the highest. Continuing on, with the support of our communications department, we were able to place radio ads and also secure some local media news coverage. So we had media interviews and a few local news stories that ran leading up to the event and during the event. And so here on this slide, you can see a few of those stories that ran. And that's where 32% of the group that we surveyed mentioned they heard about the event. So that was the highest traffic channel. One other item I wanted to mention is that word of mouth is where 17% of those folks said they heard about the event, and that's always important feedback as we engage with our community because often people are looking to a trusted source as a family member or a friend when they hear about the services that we can provide. And lastly, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sophia, I just want to say you did an outstanding job. The feedback I got from people were, first off, they had no idea a lot of the things that we were doing. We had, I think it was close to 200 people sign up with Triangle Family Services for financial education purposes, which was also outstanding. A number of people also remarked about the having Spanish translation there. They were thrilled to see that, and the materials also in Spanish, so that was excellent. And most people who I talked to said that they had heard about this through the TV stations, the stories that ran. So one thing I want to congratulate you on is some outside-the-box thinking about how to promote this, and being very proactive instead of passive. So I think it was great, and I'm not sure who else was there from council, but it really was a special day, and I think educating people and the outreach was really well received, so thank you. Councilmember Cox.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the efforts that everyone is doing to help people, but we should remember that over the past year, homelessness in Raleigh has doubled. And I hear that the Green Chair Project has so far served as many people this year so far as they served all of last year. So we have a lot more work to go. So we really shouldn't rest on our laurels. We need to keep plugging ahead. Thank you.
Oh, and to add to that, what was said at the event is this is just the beginning. And we're going to start doing this at regular intervals and change the locations. So we are educating people, and we are getting these services in front of them that they need. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Councilmember Branch.
First of all, thank you all. Some of the feedback that I did hear is possibly having work sessions. So I know we had it where everyone could walk around and talk individually, but maybe having some breakout sessions, work sessions, to go do a deeper dive into some of the materials may be a little helpful. So that may be something to consider when we're looking at spacing going forward.
So that's a very good point, Councilmember Branch. And so we are working on scheduling the date for our debrief so that we can plan phase 2 of this. I think as we walked away from it, at the end of the day, everybody walked away with our hearts being really, really full, excited because we were able to provide a service to so many people that needed some assistance. But me personally, it kind of left me with a hole because it made me realize just how great the need is. So what we said, rather than making this an annual event, we're looking to do this again in 6 months. Team, don't shoot me just yet. So we are preparing for a much larger location and some breakout sessions so that it was so crowded and so noisy so that people were not able to get that one-on-one assistance that was necessary. So we're going to do it in a facility where we can do some breakout sessions and people get that one-on-one education and technical assistance that we weren't able to provide fully that day. We anticipated 100, 150, and it was 1,100 plus. We were happy, and people moved through. They were patient. Staff was amazing, as was our community partners. So looking forward to the second event.
You ready for that, Sophia?
Absolutely. Thank you so
Excellent.
much for
Thank
the helpful
you.
feedback.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the consent agenda. 2 items have been pulled. One is E6 by Councilmember Buffkin. The other is I7 by Councilmember Cox. So if we could have a vote on the other items. Do I have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Okay. First, E6. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to this item, I'd move that the public hearing be set for September 6th.
Second.
Is that okay with staff? Just want to check. Make sure that that's doable and gives you enough time to prepare.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. That is okay with planning. We could move that to the 6th. It's generally a longstanding practice that we have annexations on the second meeting of the month, but we can make our noticing, which we require 10 days. So.
Okay, thank you. That's a motion, seconded by Councilmember Branch. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was on unanimous, clerk. Next is Mr. Cox.
Yes, I pulled this item because I disagree with going forward with the funding for this item at this time. The city has a lot of challenges ahead of it. As we heard, the city faces an enormous affordable housing crisis and homelessness crisis, and I think at this time we should postpone this expense of over $300,000 to develop this plan for Dix Park. We have a lot of investments going into Dix Park, and I just think this is an unnecessary expense at this time. And I would make a motion that we hold this until January, a good 6 months, and revisit it at that time. So that would be my motion for this item.
Do we have a second? Motion fails due to lack of a second. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
Seconded by Councilmember Melton. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have public comment. If the clerk could set up 3 minutes on the timer, we will start with Joe Burton.
Thank you, Council. I'm Joe Burton. We're from Raleigh. Here on behalf of the North Carolina Peace Action and North Carolina Council of Churches to ask the Council to pass a resolution in support of the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The UN General Assembly passed the treaty with 122 people, 122 nations in favor. Currently, 86 nations have ratified it. 86 nations are signatory and 66 have ratified it. Briefly, the treaty prohibits states parties from developing, testing, producing, manufacturing, acquiring, possessing, stockpiling, transferring, or receiving nuclear weapons. The resolution that we are asking you to pass reads as follows. Whereas the residents of Raleigh, North Carolina, are deeply concerned about the grave threat that nuclear weapons pose to communities throughout the world, whereas the City Council firmly believes that our residents have the right to live in a world free of nuclear weapons, whereas use of nuclear weapons, whether deliberate or accidental, would be catastrophic and have far-reaching, long-lasting consequences for people and the environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Raleigh supports the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and calls on the government of the United States to sign and ratify it. And the Council will instruct the City Manager to send a letter to the President of the United States on the year anniversary of the passage of this resolution and ask he or she to sign it, and then ask the President to ratify, ask the Senate to ratify the treaty. By passage of this resolution, Raleigh will be joining cities worldwide that have passed similar resolutions. And a year ago, the U.S. Council of Mayors, at their annual meeting, unanimously adopted a strong resolution calling on the United States to welcome the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons and act now to prevent and eliminate nuclear weapons. The cold, hard fact is, at its core, a nuclear weapon is anti-ethical. Having nuclear weapons is an implicit willingness and commitment to wipe out entire populations, and humankind too, if enough are used. On the anniversary of the Nagasaki atomic bombing last week, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Guterres, said, the Russian invasion of Ukraine reminds us that we are at any time just minutes away from possible annihilation. He said, true security means ending the nuclear threat through a world free of nuclear weapons. It is achieved through dialogue,
Thank you,
negotiation, mutual
Mr. Burton.
respect,
Your
and
time is
commitment
up.
to international
Thank
law.
you. I know we have two more speakers on this topic. What I'd like to do is refer this to City Manager's office and ask them to do some more research and then add this as an agenda item. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sandy Irving. We're getting you a handheld mic.
I think I can use this podium. You've got a good podium here.
I've got it. You're right for you now.
I think I can stand up there.
Okay. I'll be right here just in case.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The city has a good podium. Thank you. I am Sandy Irving, 406 Yarmouth Road in Raleigh. I would like to encourage Raleigh to sign this resolution for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are useless, as the use would not be survivable. Gandhi says an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. A nuclear weapon for a nuclear weapon obliterates the whole world. The Raging Grannies have written a song, Connie Graves and Vicki Ryder wrote it, that gives a clear vision of the cost of nuclear weapons. I'd like to share just a couple of verses with you. On Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the atomic bombs fell, and children playing in the sun burned in a living hell. Shadows of their bodies marked where they had stood, imprinted now on the ground in their own neighborhood. One moment they were playing, the next one they were dead.
as fireballs and hellish heat across them quickly spread. Toddlers, babies, school-age kids as well, incinerated in a blast that few have lived to tell. Japanese survivors still suffer the effects. Their children born who live with scorn with horrid birth defects. Radioactive fallout dropping from the sky. In Hiroshima, Nagasaki, thousands more would die. Today happens to be my 52nd wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
We have 3 children and 6 grandchildren. We'd like to leave them, as well as your children and all children, a world without nuclear weapons.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations and happy 52nd anniversary.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christina Jones.
(8005) Finland Drive. Small area plans. When an area of residents decide they want to be part of managing the growth around them, they work with the city to create a plan that works best for both parties. This plan goes in front of council for a vote and, if passed, helps guide future development. It is one of the many tools council can use in regards to community engagement. In 2020, this council approved the Midtown Small Area Plan, which limited building heights to 20 stories. Now, 2 years later, council is going to vote against the same small area plan and would allow for up to 40 stories. Residents are confused and concerned for many reasons. A big one being the absence of affordable housing during a housing crisis. It's evident whose voices you are listening to because it's not ours. I'm running for council on a platform of community engagement because I've seen how little this council values conversation. We've watched them eliminate the strongest tool they had to educate and inform residents when they canceled the CACs. How have they filled that void? Since 2020, our voices have been systematically cut out of the decision-making process as they fast-track development and underplay the damages these decisions have on our community as a whole. Residents have been vilified by this council for having a different opinion on development. The city is growing, yes, but that growth must include all of us, not just the wealthy. Growth must prioritize sustainability. I want to be part of a change on council that values community input, because those of us who have helped build this city must be part of creating its future. As a candidate, I pledge not to accept developer funding, unlike many seated here today. This is a true grassroots campaign, and we need your support. Head over to ChristinaForRaleigh.com to volunteer and donate. This November, vote for Christina Jones, District E. Thanks.
Just want to say a couple of things. First off, this is not a forum for campaigning. Second, this small area plan that you referred to, just so we have facts, says that you can go above 20 stories if you provide community benefits. And there are community benefits in this, $20 to $25 million in land that could be used to expand our fire station and also for a transit center. So the small area plan does allow for that, but you have to have community benefits if you're going to do that. So I just wanted to clarify some of the facts. Thank you.
Can I talk back?
You've already said, and again,
I'll see you in 2 weeks. It's cool.
oh, we know. But I would like to ask any people who do show up who are running for office, again, this is not a platform to campaign. This is a time when you get to address council on issues or offer solutions or ask for solutions. So thank you. Next we have Joe Cicero.
Good afternoon. I want to speak in support of passing the resolution on the United Nations weapons ban to protect the citizens of Raleigh. At this moment, the United States and Russia both have about 2,000 nuclear weapons aimed at each other. Since the military bases and population centers are prime targets, we know that the Raleigh Triangle is one of the top targets. The doomsday clock is now set at less than 2 minutes to midnight, signifying the risk of nuclear war being the most dangerous since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Both the United States and Russia have almost accidentally launched their nuclear arsenal multiple times. Every August, we remember the 2 atomic bombings on Japan, but every year we forget to remember the dozens of Americans killed when over 20 nuclear bombs were accidentally dropped on other countries and the United States, including the 2 nuclear bombs dropped on North Carolina, about 50 miles away from Raleigh. The good news is that grassroots citizen activism like North Carolina Peace Action has helped to eliminate 85% of the world's nuclear weapons through diplomatic agreements. In 1968, the United States signed the United Nations agreement where we agreed to reduce and eliminate nuclear weapons, but we've failed to honor our agreement. The U.S. has agreed with the United Nations to outlaw chemical weapons, biological weapons, but so far not nuclear weapons. They're still legal. The nuclear weapons ban is now international law, as Joe Burton just pointed out. It passed the United Nations. The U.S. can demonstrate that we believe in the rule of law and follow international law by signing this United Nations agreement. In closing, the city of Raleigh can help protect its citizens by passing this resolution, encourage our North Carolina congressional delegation and our president to please sign this treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ashley Perot.
Okay. 400 West Hargett Street. In a recent Axios Raleigh article, you were quoted, Mayor Baldwin, as stating that you'd like to use $1 million of the unbudgeted American Rescue Plan Act funding to expand Acorns. Acorns is described as a team within the Raleigh Police Department that works with social workers to respond to calls about mental health issues, substance abuse, and homelessness. I've had a slight introduction to Acorns through A Place at the Table. I've seen firsthand the work Wendy and her team are doing to help the homeless community. She works hard for them and they love her. Mm-hmm. Recently, we heard several members of the community asking for funding for a crisis response team like Denver's STAR program, a program that has been successfully responding to 911 calls related to substance abuse and mental health crisis without force, arrest, or jail. You said earlier in the meeting that a lot of people do not know what you are doing. We talk a lot about the lack of engagement opportunities with the city council. This is a great example of why this is so important. If you have plans to address the needs and concerns of those who take the time to come and speak with you, let us know. Stop letting us walk out those doors thinking our comments are falling on deaf ears. Talk to us about Acorns. Is it similar to the STAR program? If yes, how is it similar? How would the team grow with the additional funding? When would the funding be received? Could this lead to less police shootings of those involved in a mental health crisis? As we start to discuss plans to use the funding, can a discussion of Acorns be added to the agenda as well? Lastly, if some of the answers to my questions are already published somewhere, could you please point me to where to find them? I also wanted to add that I stand with those speaking today on nuclear weapons. Thank you for adding that to the agenda.
Okay, I'm going to ask our city manager to respond to that because we had numerous discussions about the $1 million that will be allocated to expand Acorns. So if you could address that.
Thank you, Mayor, and it's not quite $1 million. We took $2 million and used it for the gun violence, and then the remaining 800 plus goes to an expansion of the Acorns unit. And so basically there is a similarities in some regards to the STAR program, but it is not a peer-to-peer comparison as to how that program is rendered in comparison to how the city of Raleigh renders its program. And as we begin to expand the program to go further out in the city beyond the general focus of downtown, we're looking for community input with that. It will be probably in the next 2 to 3 months when we bring that expansion plan forward, and there will be a community engagement exercise or exercises to get community input. So stay tuned, listen to our meetings, look on our websites, and we're beginning to push more and more on social media, so there will be many opportunities for people to engage with us on what Acorns look like moving forward.
Thank you. Next we have Kristen Howlett.
Kristen Havlick, 11230 Avocet Lane. Last week, Axios published an article that Ashley was just talking about the American Rescue Plan Act funds. I remember filling out a survey last year about how the city of Raleigh should spend these funds, and I said that my number one priority was affordable housing. Axios mentioned that $24 million still hasn't been allocated, and if that's true, I would like to see a real priority go into affordable housing. In late July, the News and Observer published a piece saying that rent is up 50% in Raleigh in the last year alone. Did anyone in this room see their income go up 50% in the last year? I know I didn't. So, instead of people having to come to beg you for real affordable housing every year, you could actually, do that. Over the summer, you've had city employees come forward saying that they cannot afford to live in Raleigh for the city that they work for. You can't even be committed to helping your fellow colleagues that also work for the same city you're supposed to work for. At the last evening meeting, a few folks in our unhoused community spoke to you, saying they need the parcels of land in Moore Square to become real affordable housing. So the $24 million may not seem like a lot, but you could incentivize your wealthy developer donors to finally add in a bigger amount than 10% or 20% affordable housing into each development they bring to you. Or you could not sell the South Moore Square lot to a greedy developer and instead build an entire building for affordable housing. Or you could partner with the Raleigh Area Land Trust. The mayor told Axios in this article that affordable housing is the number one priority for the remainder of the funding. And as you saw earlier in this meeting, the demand for affordable housing is extremely high. This includes naturally occurring affordable housing that doesn't have as many strings attached like Section 8 housing. I hope you stick to that priority and live up to one of your promises that you serve the working class in Raleigh for once. And lastly, I just want to add for the remainder of my time, because Councilor Melton brought this up at the last meeting about hybrid meetings, and I wanted to follow up with this because we still need this option. Some municipalities like Cary still have hybrid options in the UNC School of Government, which is an incredible resource for laws in the North Carolina legislature say that hybrid public comments are perfectly legal. We're still in a pandemic, and now we have monkeypox, and polio is on its way too. We need accessible options in order to encourage community engagement and to keep people safe. So I want to know, what were your findings from the break over the last 6 weeks?
That will be coming up later on the agenda. Thank you. Next, we have Octavia Rainey.
Octavia Rainey, 1516 East Lane Street. I had the opportunity on August 6th not to attend the Affordable Housing Committee, but I met with 20 Mexican communities at different times. And what I'm here to talk about is just a shame, it's a crime, it's a disgrace how they were moved off of Milburn Road. Those families have children. They are the protected class. And let me say this again, they are the protected class. Who is protecting our Mexican community? I'm not gonna say Hispanic, because they were all Mexicans. So who is protecting? They were there crying. I mean crying. Tears came in my eyes because I couldn't help them. The only thing I promised them that I'm gonna do everything in my power to get their deposits. You know, they filled out their census form, and the census forms did not ask, are you a citizen? How dare that owner to tell them immigration is coming, you got to move, and you don't give them back their deposits? And they are afraid to come out and speak up. They are afraid, but they was there at that meeting. And I want to ask, what is the Hispanic community doing? Is there any Mexicans on that committee? Because they were Mexicans. And my heart just went out. I had to take a breath because it was tears in my eyes. But they were there with their children, with nowhere to go but to live, triple and 45 people to one house, charged by the head. You know, this city, it's the tale of two cities, the haves and the have-nots. And we got to do better. Yes, you had that on August the 6th, but from what I was hearing, they weren't a part of that. You may have had some there, but they weren't a part of that. How many Mexican families have been forced to move and told immigration is coming? How many? Do we keep account in this city? I want to remind you that they filled out their census form. The census form then asks you, are you a citizen? So is any of that money coming back to benefit them? This is what happened to the black community. So the black and brown community must work together on this issue. It's a crime, it's a shame, and a disgrace. But I promise them, I'm gonna get you your money back. I'm gonna get that money back. They deserve it. It's a shame that they have to live triple up.
Thank you. I'm going to ask staff to follow up with Ms. Rainey, see if there's anything we need to do as follow-up. Okay? Thank you. Natalie Jones.
Yes, my name is Natalie Jones, Summer Place, Raleigh. I'm coming here, I was invited to speak by a city councilman, and I'm also coming here for 3 reasons. I'm coming here for gentrification of South Raleigh, Newbern Avenue for the drugs at the hotels, and I'm coming here because I was at the Chambers Height event on August the 5th, and there was information that was not given out, and people were left confused and asking questions. I was asking questions because the information was not clear. And I'm asking questions because I was informed that housing and development was given $80 million, and the information was not clear about how the money was supposed to be spent. Then I was informed by a city councilman that the city of Raleigh was given $74 million, and Southeast is moving all of the black people out of Raleigh, or Southeast Raleigh, and they're taking land and homes that they should not be taking, resigning and remodeling streets that is taking people homes that should not be doing, they shouldn't be doing that, period, just to move people out. And then they're taking their homes and for a little money, then they're reselling those homes for $375,000. Then they are pushing those people out onto Newbern Avenue, where they're in those hotels selling drugs, prostituting, and the city of Raleigh is not doing anything about it. If you ride down Newbern Avenue by Tower Shopping Center, you'll see those people standing out on the streets. I have made calls and calls to the city police of Raleigh about this, and I was told that the police is on it, but why should the city of Raleigh jeopardize the police for this situation when you all have the money to take care of this action? Shut the hotels down. If you all can't shut the hotels down, find a way to close them, because the hotel owners should not have this type of activity going on in those hotels. I am a concerned parent. I am a concerned citizen. When you go down Newbern Avenue and come up Newbern Avenue and you see this mess going on, then it shouldn't be happening. You all are worried about spending money at Dorothy Dix Park when their money should be spent somewhere else. And if you already are willing to
Thank you,
let
Ms.
children-
Jones. Your time is up.
No, my 3
Thank
minutes
you.
has not been up yet.
When the sound goes off, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
fine, but you all need to take consideration of everything else.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Next, we have Steve Hull.
Good afternoon. I represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at 5060 Six Forks Road and the approximately 1,000 people who use that facility regularly. My role is in handling facilities issues for 4 of our buildings in the area. Individuals representing about half of the frontage property on the Six Forks Road project started talking last fall, had a common set of interests in seeing some changes made to the design, and contacted Councilman Bufkin in January with some details on that, and he followed up, and this last week Mr. Ritchie and Councilman Bufkin met with us to respond to some of that. It became very evident that Mr. Ritchie feels completely constrained by the project guidance that you all have voted to implement here. He was really not willing to even explore ideas outside the lane on that. What he gathered was, my view is primarily boilerplate type answers from 30,000 feet from DOT on our requests, and nobody really dug in and dug deep to try and represent us and alleviate some of our concerns. So we are now appealing to you as a body, and you will hear from others, and then in the coming weeks, please pay attention to their concerns. Most of the churches, many of the businesses, some of the residents. The current design addresses only 2 of the top 4 concerns expressed by the community in the 2017 series of meetings that were held there. In fact, they address those at the expense of the other 2, and we feel that this project is not in balance at this point. Major issues and design features that have come from that are the median, an 18-foot median, a lack of cuts in that median to get after not just a regular 12-foot median, but 18 feet, taking more property. The addition of the dedicated bike path also has greater impacts to those who have property along this stretch. We wanted to understand as a group why you as a council are requiring these sacrifices from us that this design represents, and so we wanted to find answers to things like, why is Pete Ekenstema and Sam Yehia being asked to give up their homes, and why are businesses losing the ability to operate, or their ability to operate being threatened, and why are institutions being supposed to tolerate large losses of parking that cannot be replaced and accept absolutely kludged access patterns into their property, into their schools? Why are neighborhoods in the safest section of the project losing reasonable access to Six Forks? And so we searched the project documents to try and find answers, and they're not there. One resident has spent 5 years trying to get the data that backs up some of the generic claims in there on these topics, as has been promised them, and they haven't come. Very, very frustrated gentleman. The primary directive of this effort, as collected from the residents, was they asked, what is the most important mindset that the planning team should bring to this study? And it is that create a balanced plan that is mindful of costs and infrastructure and additional right-of-way, and that has not been achieved. And so we ask for your help in addressing this, and you'll get feedback in the coming weeks. It is. Thank you.
Can we just get a report back from staff on this in the manager's report? Thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Travis Crane, Planning and Development, providing you with a fresh new case or fresh new list of cases from the Planning Commission. So first we'll take a look at what you have currently calendared for public hearings on the horizon. September 6th, fairly light agenda at this point for public hearings. There is one roadway improvement assessment discussion and then 4 zoning cases. September 20 has nothing scheduled from a land use perspective. I have a feeling that is getting ready to change. So there are a number of cases here that have been delivered from the Planning Commission. We'll go through them one by one. The first 4 have been suggested for a September 20 public hearing date. There are a few cases here that have been suggested to hold for a few weeks to allow for the applicants to revise their conditions, and then we'll come back. Should not result in any loss of time for them, however. And then finally, there's a recommendation for an October 4th public hearing. So we'll start out with the text change. This is a city-initiated request that would alter parking structures and how they're dealt with, specifically as with respect to aesthetics. So this, you might remember, came from discussion at City Council and then discussion through the Appearance Commission. So this has been on the horizon for quite some time. The Planning Commission has done a very thorough review of the suggested regulations here. They recommend unanimous approval, and they're recommending a public hearing date of September 20 for this text change. So first zoning case is Z8121. This is at Rock Quarry Road and Wall Store Road. 275 acres that are currently zoned R4 and R6 conditional use. The request here is to rezone to R10 conditional use with a spot of CX3 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this unanimously 6-0. This is one of the cases where staff is suggesting a deferral on setting the public hearing. This would allow for the applicant to make some technical corrections to this request. As I mentioned, this should not cost them any time. However, we can come back on the 6th with new conditions and then have a public hearing the next meeting thereafter. This comprehensive plan amendment, CP 621, is associated with that rezoning request. So like the previous request, we would suggest holding this. We would prefer to deliver these as a package to the City Council. So this would amend the street plan map in this location of the rezoning, where a 2-lane avenue would be removed but replaced with a similar facility that runs through the property. Planning Commission recommends approval of this unanimously. As I mentioned, staff suggests deferring this for 2 weeks, and then we'll come back at a later date. Next rezoning case is Z922. This is almost 5 acres of land that is zoned DX4 shopfront. Request is to rezone it to DX7 urban limited. I'm sorry, from DX4 and DX7 to DX20 shopfront conditional use. My apologies. Raleigh Historic Development Commission did review this. However, they reviewed it early in the process. So they initially recommended denial. I understand that the applicants continued to refine the conditions. They, however, could not get back in front of the Historic Development Commission to get a second vote to see the updated conditions. So it's possible the outcome there could have changed. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 5-1, and staff recommends a public hearing here of September 20. Rezoning Z1222 is a request to rezone almost an acre of land from DX20 shopfront to DX40 shopfront. Similarly, the Raleigh Historic Development Commission reviewed this request. They recommend approval 7-2. Planning Commission recommends approval 6-0. And staff recommends a public hearing of September 20. Sure.
The backup on this item actually says RHDC vote was 7-0.
We'll check the discrepancy. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can figure that out for you. And
Just curious if there was actually any negative votes or if it was unanimous.
Yeah, we can double check that for you. Make sure it's straight at the public hearing. So staff here is recommending public hearing of September 20. The next rezoning case is Z1422, a collection of properties at Glenwood Avenue. They total almost an acre in size. The request is to rezone from DX3 shopfront and OX3 detached with a small portion of an NCOD, and that's this little area here that extends further to the west. Planning Commission recommends approval here 5-1. Staff recommends a public hearing of September 20. Then finally, rezoning case Z6221, which are a few properties that are on the west side of Chester Road, just north of Wade Avenue, about an acre and a half in size. The request is to rezone from RX6 with NCOD to RX6 conditional use. So the NCOD would be removed from these properties but replaced with conditions. Planning Commission recommends approval of this 6-0. Recommended public hearing date of October 4. And the reason for the evening public hearing is we heard some feedback throughout the process of the Planning Commission about this request. That concludes all of the items. We've got them listed here on the screen if you have any questions about any of them, but this lays out the suggested public hearing dates.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the hearing dates as outlined by staff in this report. Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. And I'd like to thank Roberta Fox for agreeing to chair the Planning Commission again. I know it's a lot of work, so thank you for your efforts. Next, we have special items. First is the Triangle J Council of Governments designation of alternate delegate. So I am going to ask Nicole, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has stepped down. I'm going to ask that we approve or name David Knight as the city's delegate. Do I need a motion?
I think you did that at the last meeting. Here you were going to name the alternate, but it's my understanding you
We're going to
wait
wait to name the alternate.
and put that on after the agenda, but you did name Mr. Knight.
Yes.
The member last meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So you're good.
Next, we have remote public comment. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is in response to several inquiries that were made at the July 5th council meeting by Council Member Melton in response to a desire by certain individuals that the council allow the public to provide public comment virtually during the meeting after the expiration of the governor's state of emergency, which did end yesterday. As I have stated on several previous occasions, the city council, remote city council meetings and virtual participation by the public was authorized by a statute that was enacted during the pandemic and in response to the pandemic, and is found at the general statutes at 166A-19.20. That allows city council to meet remotely and the public to participate remotely if two things are present, and one is there's a state of emergency, which we no longer have, and the council is meeting remotely and not in person, so that doesn't exist anymore anyway, anymore either. So since those circumstances are no longer in effect, we revert back to the law as it was before the pandemic, and there was no specific authority at that time for remote council meetings or remote participation. I just want to mention something very quickly. People have said numerous times at the podium and have contacted me that the UNC School of Government has somehow said that remote participation post-state of emergency in live council meetings is legal. I have had conversations with them. I have read every publication and blog, and none of them say that. Instead, what they say is essentially what I'm saying is once the state of emergency is expired, we go back to how it was before, and there is no express authority. There are also no cases on this. There's no judge who's ever ruled on it, so we have to default to what the law was before. Now, with respect to the item at hand, there were two questions or two requests made by Councilmember Melton. The first was a request to authorize the city's lobbyist, Philip Osley, to reach out to the General Assembly about the potential for a local bill during the next session that would allow the city of Raleigh to receive virtual public comment at in-person meetings. Mr. Osley has done that. He's had conversations with his contacts at the General Assembly and has been informed that a local act providing that authority for the city of Raleigh is not viable at this time. We can continue those conversations, but that's not something that we have any sense that's going to pass the next session. The second request was to authorize me to work with other staff over the council break to look at other municipalities and see if they have some other creative options to allow for more flexibility during public comment now that we're back in person and the state of emergency has expired. We worked with communications and the city manager's office on this task and researched some other cities. We believe that a procedure that was put in place by the city of Asheville after its council returned is both legal and will provide a method to allow individuals who cannot attend council meetings because they have a conflict, they have a health issue, or just aren't perhaps comfortable being here to still provide public comment for a particular meeting. It's outlined in the backup. I'm going to go through it quickly, but we do have the technical capability to do this if council would like to move forward with this process. Now, under the Asheville model, they require people who want to speak during the meeting to attend in person. However, they have some alternate ways to participate in public comment other than coming in person. One is sending emails, which of course we've always allowed. And the other is calling to leave a message on a public comment voicemail prior to the council meeting. We believe that this is consistent with the statutes, and it is also consistent with School of Government publications. Now, again, it generally works like this. We already allow, of course, the email option. The voicemail is an alternative, and that's what we have put forth in the backup. And it works like this. There will be a voicemail box set up specifically for this purpose by Communications City Manager IT. A person can call in that voicemail and leave a message setting forth their comments, concerns, or questions in the same way that they could do it if they appeared in person. The voicemail line would open up on Thursday at 5 after the agenda has been published. That's, again, we followed the Asheville model on that, and will close at 5 p.m. on Monday prior to the meeting. This connects those comments with the meeting at hand. It's not like something that's open all the time. It's intended to correspond with the next council meeting. And they can, again, provide the comments that they would otherwise have provided could they attend, and no sign-up would be required. The other things, they would be expected to adhere to the same rules of decorum as anyone who appears in person. It'll be limited to 3 minutes, and the voicemail would cut off at that time. There's only one call per person would be allowed. The voicemail comments would then be transcribed and provided to City Council prior to the meeting. They would also be collected and posted on the city website and available to the public as being the remote public comments for that particular meeting. The point, again, is to try to replicate participation at the meeting to the extent we can do so. Even though we can't do it during the meeting, this is a way to allow people to get their points across if they are not able to attend. I can answer any questions as far as technical questions and how it's actually effectuated. Michelle Millette from the City Manager's Office and Damian Graham are here to answer those questions.
Councilmember Cox.
Is it permissible through these alternate methods, whether it's email or a voicemail that's transcribed, to read those comments into the record during the meeting?
I think that it's certainly legal. I don't think it's required.
Okay. And could someone, if they so choose, submit a video via email?
I suppose that they could. I don't think that under this system it would be anything but transcribed, although I suppose that you could email a video even to the clerk at any time and they could forward it to the council. Is that correct?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I appreciate you working on this over the past couple weeks. I would like for us to have Philip continue to work on this and see if we can get any traction with the General Assembly. In the meantime, I think that this is at least a step in the right direction, so I would be fine with moving forward with this process that you came up with, but I'd like our lobbyists to keep on this issue. So that would be, I guess that's a motion. So moved.
Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin.
No, I didn't.
Cox.
Cox.
Yeah, so I cannot vote for this continued asking the legislature a question that they've already answered. So I'd prefer it if you'd just make a motion to approve what's in front of us so I can vote for it.
We can split it into two motions. I move to approve the proposal in front of us.
Seconded by Councilmember Cox. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I move to have Philip continue to work on this issue in the General Assembly.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we ask that it be put on our legislative agenda?
That's what I mean, yes.
Okay. So could we change the wording on that?
Friendly amendment to add it to our legislative agenda, yes.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Cox. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Can I add one other thing? I guess I'll ask Michelle maybe to come up as far as when this goes into effect. I know that staff is going to need a little bit of time to get it ready. So perhaps Michelle can talk and y'all can give her some direction about when this is going to be up and ready to go.
Good afternoon. See you all again. Yes, so with implementation, we'll need about 2 council meetings in order to make sure the clerk's office as well as communications and IT is all trained. So the second meeting is September when we'll be able to go live with this. Do you have any specific questions?
No, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, and it is good to see everybody again. I almost said I miss you guys, but I really haven't had the opportunity to miss you because I've talked to you, most of you, almost weekly. So for those that think that staff gets a break over the 6-week period, we do not. We have summer homework, and then we still have questions that come up from council members who really don't take a break. So thank you for your service. So today we have 2 items under the city manager's report, and then we have an introduction to be made by our police chief, Estella Patterson. The first item is the Wakefield Small Area Study, final report, and a correlating comprehensive plan amendment. And we have Hannah Reckow from Planning and Development here to provide this item.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, I'll do that. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. And I'm happy to be able to deliver today the recommendations of the Wakefield Small Area Study. I'm going to go briefly over the study area, the project timeline, our engagement activities, what we heard from the community, and then the types of recommendations that are coming out of this study. So jump right in. This is the Wakefield study area. As a reminder, this is located in the northernmost part of Raleigh's corporate limits near the town of Wake Forest. And it includes a portion of Falls of Neuse Road between the Neuse River and Capitol Boulevard, and also includes other major corridors in the area, including Wakefield Pines Drive and the areas around Forest Pines Drive. And so the bulk of this study took place last year. We had 3 iterations of engagement that were done primarily virtually to allow for a safe way to for folks to participate during some of the COVID surges last year. So this included virtual meetings, online surveys, as well as an online open house where residents had several weeks to read through material online and respond with their thoughts and questions. And the project had a relatively shorter timeline for an area study, which I think allowed us to make some pretty efficient use of the community's time. And so what did we hear? There were several key issues that rose to the top. I think transportation was the top issue, particularly safety and finding comfortable places to walk and bike in the area. And then we also heard a lot of appreciation for the area's greenways and natural resources. And as an illustration, these are the two word clouds that came out of the Issues and Opportunities survey. The top one reflecting features of the area that residents are most proud to show a visitor, and then the bottom is their vision for the future of Wakefield, with the size of the word reflecting frequency, and I think it shows a pretty clear picture on both accounts. So the recommendations that we have today focus on those topics, mobility, both for getting around the area to destinations and for recreation, represents the majority of the recommendations, but they also do touch on stormwater management options. And you have the draft report with the agenda. So what I'm going to do now is just go over the types of recommendations that are included in the study. So with the technical analysis we got from the consultant team and the community knowledge of issues from engagement, those two things together focused the recommendations on improving safety at crossings and adding additional connections for people walking and biking. And so an example of that is enhanced crossings, particularly at locations near the schools and other community destinations like the YMCA. This is just an illustrative image of what that might look like at Wakefield Pines Drive near the Wakefield schools. This is an example using a hawk signal where people have a light that they can cross with, and there's additional visibility. And then the recommendations also include enhancements to the network of greenways and multi-use paths and side paths. So this is adding on to the existing plan network in the area, both for recreation type trips and then also connecting to destinations like the shopping centers in the area, as well as sort of keeping in mind to the future of possible connections to Wake Forest. And so this allowed us, the project, an opportunity to think through some creative options for how to cross Falls of Neuse Road, which has a fair amount of traffic on a day-to-day basis. So this is an illustrative example of a potential project using existing space under Falls of Neuse Road to create an underpass. And then the last category of recommendations are options to add to the network of on-street places to bike. So like with crossings, we're thinking about where are the common destinations, connecting neighborhood bikeways to the commercial areas, as well as prioritizing separated design, which was the preference of the community that we heard when surveyed. And this is an example of what that might look like on Common Oaks Drive with some vertical elements adding additional separation. So overall, the recommendations include potential street and greenway projects for the area, and a comprehensive plan amendment that would add a new new section of area-specific guidance to the 2030 comprehensive plan. And the council today has the opportunity to refer that final report and comprehensive plan amendments to the Planning Commission to begin review. After review and recommendation, both would return back to council for a final decision, and the comprehensive plan amendment would require a public hearing to be adopted. And staff is forecasting that if referred to date, Planning Commission review could begin in September. So I can end there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes, I just want to say thank you. This is very good work. I think it really does capture the interest of the community, and depending on if there are any more questions or comments, I would like to move to refer this to the Planning Commission.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Ms. Reckow, for being with us. So there's some land use recommended land use regulation changes in here. You didn't really talk a lot about that in your presentation. Do you think you could give us a high level?
So to clarify, there are no land use recommendations included in the recommendations of the study. We heard a strong preference for focus on transportation primarily, but there is a section of area-specific guidance that would be adopted with the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay.
Is that-
So I guess that's what I'm talking about. I mean, there is a section in the report on land use. So what's the change? What's the recommendations? I mean, and there's this graphic of redevelopment of a shopping center, which is all, great. I think, that's the kind of stuff we should be doing. I guess I'm just trying to understand what's in there.
Sure. So the recommendations are primarily the identification of some street and greenway projects. So this section has sort of a larger section of actions compared to policies, but there are area-specific policies. If I'm remembering correctly, there is one to encourage greenway-oriented development. So new development would connect into to greenways in the area, and then a reconfirmation that the corridor should remain tree-lined, or if that's not possible, use stormwater best practices to support stormwater quality in the area.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions before we vote? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Clerk, thank you.
And the next item is additional gap financing to help support the Milner Commons project. And we have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhoods here to talk a little bit about this item.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Erica Brandt, Housing and Neighborhoods. So I'm going to talk about the Milner Commons project. I'll start with an overview of the project, talk about how this funding gap arose and what our staff recommendation is. So Milner Commons is a 156-unit affordable senior development located at 1950 Newbern Avenue, close to the Raleigh Boulevard intersection. It's being developed on land owned by the Presbytery of New Hope, which is a local Presbyterian church. And the project is a partnership between the nonprofit arm of the church, Brightspire, and DHIC, local affordable housing developer. So the project was previously approved for $3.8 million in city funds back in December of 2020. Since that time, rising costs have led to a significant funding gap, including construction costs, which rose from $121,000 per unit to about $223,000 per unit, as well as increasing first mortgage interest rates. DHIC has taken several steps to fill these gaps, including cutting development costs where possible, modestly increasing some of the rents by about $40 a month. Just to note that the rent increases none of the rent increases affected any of the lowest AMI units, the 30% AMI units. They were only on the 60% AMI units. And then DHIC was also able to secure a $1 million loan from Brightspire, their development partner, leaving a $2.1 million gap, which they have requested that the city fill. So our recommendation on staff is to approve this additional commitment of $2.1 million, bringing the total funding for the project to $5.9 million. Although the increase in the city investment will increase the per unit investment, the total city funding as a percentage of total project costs is actually decreasing a little bit due to the other ways that the project was able to fill gaps. And these funds will come out of the 2020 Affordable Housing Bond gap financing bucket. And that is all I've got.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. Councilmember Branch.
No questions. First of all, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I want to thank the church and DHIC. And again, this is a continued commitment. People ask, well, where's the money going? Here's another $2 million that we're putting back in just to keep a project moving forward. So with that said, I move for approval.
Okay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Councilmember Knight has stepped out, so I will have him excused, but if he wants to, when he comes back in, we'll see if he wants to vote yes.
And the last item, we have Chief Estella Patterson here to introduce the newest member of her management team to the city, or reintroduce. She's been here before. Well, they were in the back.
Well, I saw her here, and
Yeah,
I saw
there
her
they
work.
are.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. The person I'm introducing stepped out for just a second, but I think she's coming in. So, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. Good to see everybody on this afternoon. I'd like to introduce, here she comes, very good. So I'd like to introduce one of the newest members of the RPD staff. She's not exactly new to RPD because she was there previously, but she, on paper, is new to RPD. So I'd like to introduce to you my Chief of Staff, Amanda Talley-Roll. She was with RPD back in 2003 when she left to pursue some of her other goals that she wanted to do in life. She achieved her master's, two master's degrees actually, and her PhD. She also worked with the, she was the Deputy Director for Private Protective Services before coming to RPD, working for the Department of Public Safety. And she will serve as my strategic planner and advisor to the police department. Also, too, she'll be over our research and planning unit, our public affairs office, and additionally our fiscal unit. So she's already hit the ground running, had a lot to do in a little bit of time that she's been here. She joined with us in July 18th, I believe it was, and she has been doing an exceptional job since then. You'll see a lot more of her as she will be by my side doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and she just brings a great amount of wealth of knowledge to the organization, so I'm excited to have her on the team. And Amanda, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything or just say hello.
It's great to be back. I love Raleigh, I missed Raleigh, and I'm happy to be home. It's a pleasure to serve the people of Raleigh. I was a community officer here, and that's kind of where my passion is, and this is a wonderful opportunity for me to come back. So thank you all.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you. I know the chief is very pleased to have you on board.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So that concludes my report today, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neptune.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, distinguished members of City Council. My name is Nick Neptune, and I have the privilege of speaking before you today as the chair of the City of Raleigh's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission to present on our fiscal year 23 draft work plan for your approval. Briefly, I will share the background of our commission, including our responsibilities and structure, a report of our work from fiscal year 22, and finally, an overview of our draft work plan for fiscal year 23. Briefly put, this City Council, as an institution, had the wisdom and the foresight to establish our commission in October of 2009. City Council approved our bylaws for BPAC and established our powers, membership requirements, and structure of the commission. To kind of move forward here a bit more quickly, the responsibilities of our commission fall into 3 or 4 major buckets. First, there is a responsibility to advise and to evaluate the council and our public on matters affecting the relationships between bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, our parks, our schools, transit stops, greenways, and other facilities, major facilities and destinations. We also seek to promote intergovernmental and sort of public and private cooperation and coordination on cycling and pedestrian matters. Last but not least, we are here to facilitate public engagement and participation in matters involving cycling and pedestrian issues. And, you know, the commission, as it happens, enjoys a composition of folks to see that work through, where you've got people appointed by you that represent a whole host of backgrounds, right? You know, folks who've got experience in education, folks who are, you know, transportation professionals, business owners, folks who have a background in city planning, landscape design. We've also got folks, you know, who represent our senior citizens, folks who represent our disabled community. And so, again, I think, you know, through your support and encouragement with Council Member Melton, certainly at the lead as our council liaison, we're grateful to have a composition on our commission that represents many of the vulnerable road users who are out here looking for safer streets through which to make their way from where they live to where they seek to work, learn, and or play. As far as the actual structure of the commission, of course, you've got the full commission, which is then broken up into a number of committees, our policy committee, planning committee, and outreach, and then from time to time, if necessary, an ad hoc committee. I know, for instance, over the last couple of years, some of us broke off to support the review of public safety along our greenways, and so that would have been sort of a ad hoc structure created in response to a public need. As a brief overview of our work from fiscal year 22, you know, our policy committee was deeply engaged in the development and approval of the text change 321, TC 321, the development of the street cross sections for our bike facility changes. Planning was very involved in the review of 2022's annual resurfacing plan, which included bike lanes, also providing major feedback on roadway projects. And of course, we've got our outreach and engagement committee deeply involved with facilitating, again, engagement and participation with residents and business owners with our you know, city-led projects. We've also, in fact, hosted, in partnership with Raleigh Parks and the Parks Recreation Greenway Advisory Board, a number of greenway cleanups that we've opened up to, you know, the public to join us on. I know we've had a number of you join us. I think Councilmember Buffkin, I have a clear memory of you getting into the woods and picking up trash with your gloved hands, you know, in a very safe way. I think, you know, there was a whole cast and crew of us out there to enjoy some good cleaning up in our backyard. But then last but not least, of course, with engagement, providing ongoing support and engagement on city-led efforts. Moving forward, as we look to fiscal year 23, you know, the commission, broadly speaking, seeks to continue to be a forum for public discussion around issues relevant to safe and comfortable and equitable transportation for, you know, what we're referring to as vulnerable road users. This is probably at a high level the most significant real change in our work plan from years past to present day. The League of American Bicyclists have defined vulnerable road users to be, you know, sort of this all-encompassing term to capture the pedestrians, the bicyclists, and the cyclists, which I think briefly the sort of distinction there is bicyclists are perhaps more like myself. We get on a bike just to get around town, okay? We're not trying to road race into the office. But then you have our cycling community, okay, who are dressed up in these very tight-fitting outfits and they're speeding off very quickly. You know, I love them. God bless them. I'm here for them. They're on the greenways flying. You know, good job. Good, just great job for those cyclists. You love them. So then, you know, then of course we have persons using personal conveyances, these mobility devices. Well, that could be a scooter, right? That could be a wheelchair. So, you know, ultimately, I think what we appreciate as a commission with this sort of new language of again, VRU, vulnerable road users, it's just much more all-encompassing of the various people and folks who make use of our streets, our sidewalks, bike lanes, etc., our public infrastructure. Okay, so, you know, we're kind of wrapping up here at a high level. The Commission seeks to remain a forum for public discussion for issues relevant to our vulnerable road users, continuing to evaluate and provide feedback to council and to the public on proper policy planning and the implementation thereof with regard to our transportation infrastructure. And we also seek to engage the City of Raleigh Transportation Strategy Group to provide feedback and engagement on future transportation bonds. With regard to our individual committees, if you look at policy, the policy committee, seeks to continue to review key transportation projects that have impacts on, vulnerable road users. Planning committee will continue to identify where city policy perhaps is not quite in alignment with the best practices for our vulnerable road users in terms of their safety and comfort. And last but not least, outreach committee will continue to engage collaboration and awareness and communication with our public as it relates to our efforts as a city to improve and expand upon our bicycling and pedestrian infrastructure. To wrap this up, I just want to say, as a city, as a community, we are investing, day after day, month after month, year after year in affordable and attainable housing stock and supply. We know that such investments are coupled with investments in safer streets, sidewalks, schools, and our parks. In other words, investments in the quality of life for entire neighborhoods and communities. And it is a privilege to be a part of that effort through our work with the City of Raleigh's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Thank you. Happy to take questions. I believe I have a comment from our Bike and Pedestrian Program Manager, Fontaine Burris. Thank you. So our very talented bike and pedestrian program manager, Fontaine Burris, has informed me that policy and planning's, let's say, objectives may have gotten switched around there, but I think what we should, really, take away here is that the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission is committed to advancing safer streets for all ages and all abilities in our growing city. So with that being said, I would like to acknowledge our very talented transportation staff, who I know is here in the room, and quite frankly, all of the various city staffs and departments who are here. We're working hand in hand from department to department to advance an improved quality of life for our community as we continue to grow. And again, it's a privilege to be a part of that effort. So thank you. With that, happy to take questions.
So I have one question to start. When you were talking about those sleek, bikers dressed, were you talking about Councilmember Knight?
That's a great question, Madam Mayor. What I would say in response to that is...
Don't go there, Nick. Don't go there.
I'm so grateful to live and bike among a diverse community of cyclists. And I know that many of you are a part of that. I've seen you out there, on the Cardinal Bike Share bikes. I've seen you out there, dressed in 1,000 different ways to get out and enjoy yourselves on your bikes or, out in our, community. And I'm grateful that we have a infrastructure that can support, all types of cyclists, and again, all types of our vulnerable road users, That's the all-encompassing term to capture our community of folks who make use of our streets, our sidewalks, bike lanes, and greenways.
Actually, that was a rhetorical question, but thank you very much. Councilmember Melton.
I'm going to move to approve their work plan. But before I do, I just want to say a couple things. Thank you, Mr. Neptune, for all of the work that you do. I want to let everyone know that there have often been times we seem to reach these pressure points sometimes where bike lanes are going in and businesses get a little scared about losing their parking. And Nick has been on the front line doing that engagement work, helping to find consensus and folks to understand the benefit of sharing the road. And a lot of that is very uncomfortable, heavy lifting. And so I'm very happy that you are on the commission and that you're the chair. And I've been very proud to be the liaison and work with you. I think we had a missed opportunity not to give Nick a handheld mic for his presentation, because I have seen what he can do with a stage and an area to work when he speaks publicly. I'm very glad that you are the face of the organization out there doing that work. And I also really liked that focus on the vulnerable road users. For whatever reason, I tend to be very vocal in multimodal transportation and sharing the road. And I get a lot of heat sometimes from folks like that say, you know, if I can't ride a bike or if I'm in a wheelchair, what does that do for me? And I think the focus that this makes it safer for everyone who's not in a car. I think that's really important moving forward, and we got to get that narrative out there too. So I'm glad that that's in the work plan for the first time, and I move to approve.
Second by Councilmember Branch.
May I make a brief comment?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll echo Councilmember Melton's comments. I think this commission's done a lot of good work over the last 2.5 years or so that we've been working together, and I just wanted to call out and elevate one part of the work plan that I think is really important in addition to this change in thinking. But I think the work on a future transportation bond is really important. I think there's some opportunities to elevate the role of this commission, and I hope our staff is ready to get to work on that. I don't know when that bond will be, but we know we'll need it, and I think we'll get some really good input from the commission, so hope the members are ready to take on that task. But thank you for being with us.
Okay. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Neptune, for your presentation. That was very helpful indeed. One specific, I would like to, I don't think we've had the Vision Zero coordinator before us. I believe they're on the job now. When they get time to, come before us with a status, maybe a status report and update on the plan that you mentioned that you're working with them on, I'd love to hear that at some future date. City Manager. And lastly, I think it would be great, Mr. Neptune, if you invited the council out for a group ride sometime soon so we could wear our diverse outfits and invite the manager too, because she needs to take part in it too. So thanks for all the work y'all are doing.
Thank you. Will do.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you for very informative and entertaining presentation, Mr. Neptune. Thank you. Now we're going to switch to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first item is public nuisance abatement. Bryce?
Mayor Baldwin, maybe Bryce is going to do this, but we have to withdraw, we want to withdraw 1909 Crawford Road, as those charges have been paid.
1909 Crawford Road has been withdrawn.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods. I have about 10 public nuisance cases I'm bringing to you today that were abated by the City Abatement Team. We're asking that you adopt a resolution confirming the charges that were incurred for that.
Any questions? Okay, we'll open the hearing, close the hearing. No one is here to speak. So do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, seconded. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, unanimous, clerk, thank you. Next, we have a petition annexation AX 1322.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. I'm Christopher Golden from Planning and Development. You've got the first annexation you have before you, AX 1322, is in the 3900 block of Watkins Road. This is contiguous, though it is a satellite annexation. It is inside the ETJ. The petitioner plans to build 100 units of detached residential homes. It sits about 60.5 acres roughly, currently zoned R4. There's an approved subdivision plan on this property. Sewer and water are also available to the site. The water must be extended to the site, but the sewer is available directly to the site. If this property is annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District B, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Do we have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
So this one is non-contiguous, right?
This is non-contiguous satellite, correct?
Okay, but it is inside the ETJ. You said it's connected to sewer currently, but not connected to water?
Correct. There are water lines available to the north, I believe in Mitchell Mill Road. So you're looking about 1,000 feet away. So the developer would be responsible for extending those lines to the site. It's fairly common with these annexations that they do so, but that would be done at the cost of the developer.
I have some hesitations on this one, given its being non-contiguous, and in thinking about our last case that we had some split votes over, but I believe that one was outside of the ETJ. Councilmember Branch and I discussed this earlier. I'd be curious, Councilmember Cox, where you are on this case. It is in your district, or would be in your district.
Right.
So I'll
yeah,
stop
I
talking.
don't have a problem with this. They already do have an approved conservation subdivision plan for this, so it has been through review, and so I'm happy to make a motion for approval.
Okay, first I need to open the hearing. No one is here to speak on this, so I will then close the hearing. Councilmember Cox,
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve this annexation.
do you have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart is opposed. Note that. Okay. All right, next we have an annexation petition AX 1422.
Thank you. So this is located in the 5500 block of Thornton Road. It is contiguous. It's inside the ETJ as well. It's located on about 15.29 acres. The developer plans to construct residential townhomes, roughly 110 units. It is zoned R10 CU. There's an approved site plan on this property as well, so it's been through review. Water and sewer is available directly to the site. And if annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District B. And on this one, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions from staff? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. I note that people who've signed up to speak in support include Worth Mills, Pratik Shandak, and Joe Faulkner. Do any of you want to speak? I think we're ready to vote. If oh, I'm sorry, that was the next one. No one has signed up to speak on this. I'm ahead of myself. So open and close the this hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox.
Yes, as is noted on the slide, rezoning was recently approved for this, and with a lot of support from the surrounding neighborhood particularly for the conditions that were submitted. So I'll move to approve this annexation.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Clerk, that was unanimous. All right, next we have annexation petition AX 3421.
Thank you. So this is contiguous but outside the ETJ. It's roughly 15 acres, this parcel, 13 acres of which are actually within Durham County. Through resolutions 2008, 460, and 2009, 22, we're able to, there are areas within Durham County that are part of our annexation area and adherent to that annexation agreement that we have between Durham and the city of Raleigh. On this property, the petitioner wishes to construct townhomes, 84 units total. The zoning on this district is R4 in Raleigh for that portion that's in the city of Raleigh's ETJ, but you're also looking at some Durham zoning. As a result, this annexation is paired with a rezone, so you would have to approve the annexation first, at which point we can hear the rezone. And if annexed today, this would be brought into the boundaries of Council District E, and the concurrent zoning that we have with us today is Z7521. I can answer any questions on the annexation, and Bynum is here who will be able to answer questions on the rezoning.
Do we have any questions? Okay, as I mentioned, we have three people here to speak in support. I'm going to open the hearing. Do any of you want to speak? Or are we good to go? We're good to go? Okay, I will close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, Can we actually hear the rezoning before we vote on this like we normally do?
Sure. All right, this hearing is closed, and we will move to the rezoning.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. I'm John Annexations from Planning and Development. I believe we should have a presentation for Z7521, the rezoning case for this. And like Christopher said, the existing zoning is split between a Durham County rural residential zoning and City of Raleigh residential 4. And so the rezoning request covers the entire 15 plus acres, of which about 13 acres are in Durham County, and do require annexation at the time of rezoning in order to apply Raleigh zoning. And I'll show you where that boundary applies. So the boundary of our annexation agreement with Durham, City and County of Durham, is on Page Road here. So anything on the east side of Page Road is eligible for annexation into the City of Raleigh, and then on the west side is eligible for annexation to the City of Durham. And that has to do with where it's easier for our respective utility departments to extend and provide utility service. This site does have 2 existing detached houses on it, otherwise largely wooded. There are some zoning conditions that are included with this residential 6 request, so that total number of units you see in the first condition produces an overall density of slightly less than 6 units per acre, and then some buffering around the periphery of the site. And here you can see where those buffer conditions would apply. So again, overall density of about 5.5 units per acre. This would allow townhouses, and this is consistent with the number of policies related to increasing housing supply and consistency with the future land use designation. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, the annexation and rezoning do go hand in hand. So in order to approve the one, at least for the Durham County portion of this site, it is required that you approve the other. This site could potentially provide some open space amenities, but not terribly relevant policy. All right, the Planning Commission voted to support this case, and that's all I have for you. I'm happy to take your questions.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Branch?
From a public safety standpoint, is this covered? Do we have the adequate resources to cover this as we're growing out in that area?
Yes, so when we do the annexation review, staff from Planning and Development contacts staff from the Raleigh Police Department and Raleigh Fire Department, and they perform a review of, the police department provides a projected additional cost to provide policing, and we'll also check to see if they feel like they're comfortable with the geographic location of where they would provide police service. And Raleigh Fire also provides a similar evaluation, not of cost, but of the ability to serve based on the geographic area. And Raleigh Fire also looks at the street access, so whether or not they would actually be able to have ingress and egress of fire apparatus to the site. So both those departments have signed off on this. And I will note this area is in a pretty urbanized area between Raleigh and Durham. This is just west of Briar Creek, north of the airport. This area is growing pretty quickly, and I would guess in the next 15 to 20 years will be pretty much completely urbanized.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I am going to open the hearing. Again, Worth Mills, Mr. Chandek, and Joe Faulkner have signed up to speak in favor. Hearing is open. Would you like to speak, Talia? I mean, Worth, sorry.
No worries. Let's see this presentation being pulled up. There is one slide that I will show, which looks at the potential layout of the rezoning and of the future townhouse development. Again, as Mr. Annexations mentioned, we've limited development to 84 units, so we are consistent with the future land use map. We've included a 50-foot setback from Globe Road, which is consistent with the urban form map in the Parkway corridor. And we do have some natural open space and buffering to our south from those light industrial uses by way of the USGS Blue Line streams that intersect the property to the south. the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's in the public interest, and I'm happy to answer any questions about either the rezoning or the annexation if you have any. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Okay, then I will close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Knight?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I move to adopt the proposed consistency.
Can I interrupt real quick? You need to just adopt the annexation first by just a regular motion and then go to the rezone.
I move to approve the annexation application. Okay.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilor Buffkin. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Unanimous, clerk. Now the rezoning.
Thank you. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16th, 2022. Okay, it says 21. Contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Councilor Buffkin has seconded. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Next item.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. The first item I'm going to present to you this afternoon is a change to zoning conditions. This is TCZ 9121. This is parcels on Buffalo and Robertson Grove Roads. It's a request to revise the conditions. It is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan overall, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval. So an aerial view of the site and a couple of street views of the site. This is undeveloped currently. There's some conditions here. So they are providing recreational facilities in combination with any residential that's developed, and specifying what those might be, limiting the total number of residential units, dedicating land if requested by the city for fire or a public safety station, and also specifying a dedication of open space on the site. And then also making some provisions about open space and buffering around the perimeter of the site. So the change here is an increase in residential units. The setbacks don't change. It's just because of the changes they're making to the conditions, they're upping their residential entitlement. This is consistent with a number of comprehensive policies, and consistent with this zoning of annexed lands. This is farther afield in the city than the sort of first order recommendation for growth. And the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We have Isabel Maddox and David Mason signed up to speak in support.
Can I get my presentation up?
Is there a presentation that we have?
Thank you. That's it. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Isabel Maddox here today on behalf of property owner, developer, and contract purchaser Landever LLC and its development entity LP Rivertown LLC. This is for a large parcel, approximately 289 acres. It was, as Bynum indicated, satellite rezoned and annexed in 2006. Unfortunately, the Great Recession sort of wiped out the project that was proposed at that time. But we have been working hard to put the pieces together to bring this development back to life. It'll involve millions of dollars of road improvements and utility improvements for this area. The City Council approved a utility extension agreement last year that will allow the developer to install a force main and miles of water and sewer lines, which will facilitate the development of utilities for this property, but also other properties. Been working hard with NCDOT, City Transportation and Utilities, and with other developers to collaborate on some utility and road infrastructure improvements. This request is to increase the maximum number of dwelling units from 838 to 1,000, but the property will still remain R4, and it will maintain the proposal right now that we've actually submitted a subdivision plan, maintains 40% open space. The zoning condition requires 20%, but the proposal on the table and submitted to the city is for 40% in a conservation development. Our conditions also include the dedication of a 2-acre minimum 2-acre site for public safety. We have met with the fire department about that, about their preferences for location. There's an average 50-foot buffer on the boundary of the site. Other changes, there had been in the old case a requirement for dedication of land for a park or a school site. That has been removed because that condition was actually satisfied in 2013 with some significant land area was dedicated for a park site. That has not been developed yet as a park, but is sitting there waiting to be developed. Landever proposes a mix of housing types and price points, and I want to call on Landever VP David Mason to speak to you briefly about what he's proposing here. David?
Thank you, Isabel. Madam Mayor Baldwin, Madam Pro Tem Mayor Stewart, thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you today, members of council. To expand a little bit on what Isabel indicated, we will be developing a project that will be inclusive of a number of different housing types. We'll have townhomes that will range from approximately 15 to 1,600 square feet up to about 1,800 square feet, duplexes, age-targeted ranches, single-family detached, and single-family attached homes. So we'll be offering a variety of home types, all with a focus on hitting the needs of this missing middle. It's something that we've worked very hard on. Beyond that, this community will be heavily amenitized with a pool, clubhouse, pocket parks, playgrounds, and a myriad of walking trails and other amenities with connectivity, hopefully in the future, through easements to the Mill Creek Park that was previously dedicated by the original developer. Lastly, I would like to close by indicating what Isabel also recognized was that we're working very closely with members of staff. We have spent a great deal of time working to address the needs of the public water and sewer facility needs in this area. Our project will fund a major expansion into that area. And also we're working very closely with the transportation staff on transportation improvements along the Buffalo Road corridor. We've organized a group of 6 developers that have projects along the Buffalo Road corridor in Raleigh and also in Knightdale, and we're working together now as a group. We've communicated with Mr. Moore and Ms. Conlon in transportation, as well as NCDOT, that we're working together collectively to address the needs of the transportation issues that exist currently out there in this corridor and that will also be impacted by our project. So I want to close with that and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
I was very excited to see cottage courts up there. Thank you.
So, in closing, this case is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future land use map. It is reasonable in the public interest as it will add significant number of new housing units to the city with a diversity of housing types and prices while preserving at least 20 and probably 40% of open space, and it will provide millions of dollars worth of road and utility improvements. This slide here is sort of the drainage basin that will be able to be served. Our site is outlined in black, but the other area will be able to be served by city utilities, city sewer in the future because of this extension. We've had 2 neighbor meetings, no opposition. We look forward to your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Knight?
Yes, where's the closest retail opportunities to this site?
Well, at present, there's as you probably know, a Publix proposed at the intersection of Forestville and Buffalo, which is what, 2 plus miles to the west. There are a couple of other things we're hearing about that are proposed along this Buffalo corridor. And can you tell them how close the Knightdale retail is? Is that any closer?
Yeah, I would respond with two pieces here. One is one of the groups that we're working with, who is very early in their process, is planning a mixed-use site at, I believe, Buffalo and Forestville Road, in addition to the Publix that is more publicly known in that area, and that's less than 2 miles from our site. And then certainly there's existing retail at the next interchange on Business 64 in Knightdale. There's all the big box retailers, Target, Lowe's, and others are there. And then a little bit further to our west, the Lidl grocery store is approximately 4 or 5 miles away from the site.
Thank you. Looking at the future land use map, it shows neighborhood mixed use below your site, which then the next map shows as CX3 CU. Would that allow commercial?
There is right there. Is that what you're talking about?
At the bottom.
So this property in red is zoned CX3. This is not part of this case.
I understand.
This case involves the property to the north of this. That zoning would allow some mixed use retail in the future. Not sure what that, it's not on a corner, so it's not a great retail site, but it would be allowed in the future. I'm also working on another zoning case at the corner of Old Milburnie and Buffalo that would bring a small amount of retail, like a coffee shop type, garden center type use. So that's closer here to this than anything else.
Okay, thanks.
The other thing I would share on this particular site is that the fire department has expressed a desire to be closer to the Buffalo Road access point, and we're working with them right now on identifying where we could put them for a future fire station or safety site, which would potentially could be on the east side of this area down adjacent to Buffalo Road in the commercially zoned area. So we're still working with them on trying to find the best site for them and for us for that as well.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any additional questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox?
Yes, thank you. I think this will turn out to be a very well-received project. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. This is the type of community we want to see built, and I really appreciate the diversity in housing types and choices. That's what we are looking for with the changes we made to our zoning code. So very much appreciated. Very excited to see this move forward. Thank you. Okay, next we have rezoning Z322.
Yes, ma'am. We opened this public hearing at our last meeting together. It was continued to today to allow the applicant to consider additional conditions. They have offered an additional condition that limits residential development to no more than 24 units. The applicant's here and can answer questions you might have. The public hearing is still open, but I do believe that time was exhausted. So if you want to hear more from more folks, you would need to address that. Happy to answer any questions you might have before you hear from the applicant.
Okay, any questions? Okay. Hear from the applicant. And no one has signed up in opposition. They've already used their time, but no one has signed up in opposition, so do 4 minutes.
If you have a question, I'm Mac Paul here with Morningstar Law Group on behalf of Live Oak Assets. I know you discussed it last time, and Councilor Ford asked if we would consider a cap. We talked to staff. There is a kind of a threshold in the moderate density residential of 24 units per building, so it was a nice benchmark to look at, and we got comfortable and added that condition.
And it's my understanding that you reached back out to the folks in the community and had some conversations with them about what the proposed changes were going to be?
Yes.
Okay. Any additional questions? Okay, I will close the hearing then. Councilmember Fort.
Thank you. It's my motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a seconded by Councilmember Melton? All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z422 West South Street.
Yes, ma'am. This is a new public hearing today. It's a request to rezone just under 2 acres from a combination of R10 neighborhood mixed use with 3- and 4-story height, some urban limited frontage and conditions, to all residential mixed use districts with varying heights, 3, 4, and 7 combination, conditions across all, urban limited frontage on some, and the TOD overlay on all. The Planning Commission and the Raleigh Historic Development Commission recommend approval. So this is the site. This is the southwest corner of South and Saunders Street. This has been rezoned in recent memory previously, and so we're seeing another. There's been some environmental work done here on the site and ready for development. So they have prohibited a handful of uses here. Limited height on 601 West South Street, which is the farthest east lot. Limited the middle lot to no more than 60 feet. And I can have a map I'll show you here in a minute. There's a 15-foot building setback for development on that middle lot, as well as the western lot along the southern property line. They've provided for a step back of the eastern lot there, and then also specified some particular landscaping, and they have specified building materials in general for the site. And so here's a look at that combination of step back, setback, and landscape. So parcel 601 here, 611 is this one, and 621 here. So this is the lowest height. Then a little bit more height here and a little bit more here. And the step back applies to that building step back applies to the middle lot, as does the building setback and the landscaping conditions. So the entitlement here is going to increase. You get more potential residential units. The retail and office are going down. And that's because they've taken the residential mixed-use district. So remember, there's a limit on residential, on retail, and those residential districts limited to ground floor corner unit in a building at the intersection of 2 public streets. This is consistent with the plan overall. A couple of inconsistencies here around the urban pattern and infill compatibility, as well as zoning consistency with that downtown West Gateway plan. It's a relatively older plan. And then again, Planning Commission and the Historic Development Commission recommend approval. What questions might I ask for you before you open the public hearing?
Do we have any questions of Bynum? Okay. I will open the public hearing. We do have somebody signed up to speak in opposition. We have people signed up to speak in support. The hearing is open. So we'll do 8 minutes per side. Thank you.
Thanks. Mac Paul here on behalf of Lambert Development. Hey, Bynum, just this button right here. Okay, thank you. So I think most of you, if you've ever gone to Bolted Bread, you've looked across the street and you wondered what the heck is going on in this part of the city. It's been a long time coming. Lambert bought this property about 7 years ago. And once the company acquired it, found out at one point it had been a dump by the city. There was a broken stormwater pipe running through the middle of the property, which led to a several-year delay of upsizing that and ultimately dedicating a greenway easement, because there had been kind of a long-standing plan to potentially connect into Dorothea Dix Park. And so what that effectively did was split a very unified site into 2 halves and made it more of a challenge to develop it. But the owner, stuck with it. You see on the sign here, the Lind, you may have heard of the Lind proposal. It was a condo project that had been proposed several years ago. Due to cost escalations and just how difficult it has been to finance condo projects, it hasn't obviously gotten built, and this rezoning is to essentially reconceive it to a multifamily type of development versus a for sale product. And as you know, to do a successful multifamily, you need a certain number of yield and density, about 190 units to start from to make it work. And that's really about the range that this project is conceived. And of course, then that will kind of generate a particular development form. This project, I think, is very instructive for all of us because it is coming at the front end of the TOD mapping. So you've been dealing with Western Boulevard. We were just ahead of that. So we sought the TOD before the TOD was placed on it, which then led to a conversation. What is the TOD going to do here? It's not all being done at one time. So that prompted a lot of the conversations that and the zoning conditions that came out of it. It's an emerging urban center, which is one of the most intense designations within our bus rapid transit system. It calls up to 12 stories in height. This is really at the epicenter of that node, but we felt 12 stories would be pushing it. It's on near a historic neighborhood, and even though that might be consistent with a comprehensive plan, we didn't need that to get a successful project. So we went with a height of 7 stories at the highest. This shows you the city's proposed mapping, and we had 601, 611, and we added 621 into the TOD as an addition. So that one little parcel was not originally planned by the city to be in the TOD. And then lots of street plans to have more pedestrian connectivity to Dorothea Dix Park. Obviously, right across the street from Heritage Park, major potential redevelopment plans for the Housing Authority in the future, and a potential extension of West Street to create a lot more connectivity through this area of the city. We have Jared Martinson here with MWH Architects and Thorne Harvin, who's part of the development team, and Dan Watley with Withers, who worked on a lot of the landscape plans. Jared produced some massing studies that really help people understand kind of the step down in scale from the neighborhood into downtown. And, it helped, alleviate some of the concerns in this area. And we also have this really unique feature of like a 50-foot plus greenway through the middle of the project that provides a great public amenity, even though it breaks up the massing of the project. Even though it presents some development challenges, it is going to be a nice thing for the public in this area. So and this shows you, this is another project done by Lambert, actually in Durham, to show you kind of just the improvement of the streetscape, which will be night and day in this area of the city. And bring some real activity. So where we spent a lot of time is working with all of the homeowners along Dorothea, who are the only contiguous properties. There are obviously lots of other folks in the area, but they abutted it, and they realized that the TOD is going to take away that neighborhood transition that we've been working with for many, many years now, which gives you a 50-foot setback. So all of a sudden it went to like 5 feet or 10 feet. So they were uncomfortable about that. And we ultimately, negotiated a bigger setback, a step back on the 4th level. So it really was the 4-story building there. They also asked for an absolute cap in the building heights of the 2 buildings, so that a 7-story building couldn't be unlimited. It had to be 85 feet, or 4-story at 60 feet. And then RHDC asked us to do the building materials to meet all of their policies. So ultimately, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, future land use map. It's the first, I think, real test case for the TOD for the city to get people living in these transit-oriented. It's obviously an area that is direly in need of redevelopment. Unfortunately, Jeff Denny, who was representing, he lives right adjacent to it and was sort of the point person for everybody along Dorothea Drive, couldn't be here today. He sent y'all an email on behalf of all the property owners in support of this. And they're, I think, very excited about it because it's going to clean up a pretty rugged area between the properties right now. There's a lot of overgrown vegetation. And so that was, part of those discussions. We're really excited about it. I do know that there's a gentleman here we've had, conversations with, some on commercial use, which we do in urban frontage. So, we've learned that you can build space, but you can't mandate certain users. So, we have an incentive to lease it. So that's a concern. People want to see that active ground floor. So we feel like we meet that with the urban frontage. And in affordable housing, I would like to say The policies were not triggered in the sense that had we gone to the height, you may be aware with the TOD, there's a density bonus. And if you go to there's a policy that says you shouldn't get around the density bonus by rezoning to the height of the maximum height. So had we gone to 12 stories, yes, there would have been policy saying here you should include some affordable housing. By scaling it down to 7, none of those policies were triggered. We didn't hear that in conversations either, from the community, that they were really pushing us to do affordable housing at this location, given development that's already around it, the hoped for redevelopment of Heritage Park. So again, I think these conditions reflect the outcome of a lot of hard work on behalf of the neighbors. And again, I'm just sorry Jeff couldn't be here today, but you have his email. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, could we stop the timer, please? Thank you. Do we have any questions for Matt? Okay. All right, so 56 seconds left. Next, we have Jay Spain speaking.
Hello, everyone. Jay Spain, 632 West South Street. So I live right up the street from this. Since Mac and I have talked, he's made a few adjustments here in his speech, I think. But I wanted to tell you also that Jeff Denny is not a member of the Boylan Heights neighborhood, and I represent the Boylan Heights neighborhood. He actually lives on Dorothea behind the building project. So I'm a Raleigh native. I'm here for my city and my neighborhood, Boylan Heights Historic District. I worked on the Saunders North Area Plan, which is part of the West Gateway Plan that was approved by City Council in 2004. The plan limited the area just east of Boylan Heights to 3 stories. The idea is to help maintain the character of the entrance to our historic district. 601 West South Street is the corner piece of this area and should have commercial mixed use on the first floor to increase walkability. There's no guarantee that will happen, although Mac seems to think that he can lease it. We'd still like to see that guarantee, but I don't think we can. We do not want to block density or block a housing crisis. But isn't the housing crisis for affordable housing? I see plenty of signs and listings for apartments over $2,000 a month that all scream that they're available. Is there really a housing crisis for the affluent? Mr. Lambert, the developer, does not live in Raleigh and does not plan to. Our neighborhood community actually agreed 3 years ago to allow Mr. Lambert a 4th story from the 3-story zoning in return for a permanent easement to the city for a public greenway between 601 and 611 West South Street. He gave the city this assessment. This easement, I have a copy of the deed that I can send you. And Mac was gracious enough to dig that out because I couldn't find anybody who could tell me exactly that that was done. Why are we, the citizens of Raleigh, responsible for any developer making a bigger profit at our expense? Mr. Lambert has us back at the table as he wants to go from 4 to 7 stories to be more profitable. Every other structure renovated or new, and there are many, and I'd be upset if I was one of the other builders, is within 2 blocks of this site is 3 to 4 stories. Why should he have a hall pass to forever disrupt our neighborhood? Here I have a petition signed by 144 of my neighbors and myself. I sent that to all of you this morning. We want responsible development that does not create excessive traffic and parking through our historic district. We also don't want to destroy the character of the entrance to our historic district. Additionally, we want to guarantee that every bedroom has at least 1 parking space. The closest parking garage, other than this site, is at the convention center 5 blocks away. No one will walk that far away to enter the building if they live there or are visiting it. Many of my neighbors do not have driveways and have to park on the street. How would you like to go to work or just transport your children to a football game or get back from a vacation, returning home, and be unable to park at your own house or even close to it? We all want affordable housing. If we are adding a 5th floor, let's consider making any floor above a 4th as affordable housing. A 1-bedroom apartment pre-construction at $2,000 plus a month seems to be unaffordable to our local teachers, police, firefighters, food services workers, and most anyone else with an average income. We need those people downtown. We don't need them commuting from Johnston County. Let's all work together to make this area contribute to the Boylan Heights historic area and our city. For all of us, show us right now that you want to preserve our neighborhoods, our communities, and the greater Raleigh area. It's your legacy or an anvil for my neighbors now and future to carry forever. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Fort?
Thank you. Mr. Spain, did your neighbors and you, were y'all able to participate in any of the community meetings with the applicant?
Yes, and there was not any approval other than further discussion. No one approved this, and the last one was virtual. The first one was maybe 15 people. You know, so many people work, so many people have children. It's hard to get to these things, and even if you get it in the mail.
How many meetings were held?
2. The second one was virtual. We could only see Mac. We were basically, none of the rest of us could really discuss together, which was a real benefit to being able to meet in person in the first meeting, because at least we could discuss the situation, and Mr. Lambert was there on site.
And so what are you and your neighbors asking for specifically?
Well, everyone wants to see something on that site. That used to be the site of the Ice House, which I don't know if any one of you ever went there, but
great breakfast. I used to eat.
Yeah, they had pretty good sandwiches too. But that was a great little place, and so there is, and obviously from Bolted Bread, which Bolted Bread is moving, that there is a viable multi-use business there, or multi-purpose business. So that business will be moving up to DuPont Circle, closer to the Boylan Bridge. But even Marianne Poole, who owns that whole block there, she signed this petition to limit to 5 stories, and hers is zone index 3.
And you're asking for retail on the bottom floor?
Retail on the bottom floor, but we're also very concerned about traffic through our historic district because of parking, just the parking aspect in our historic district. I mean, we discussed it, that you went on Juneteenth down to the Hartwell, which is recently renovated. A lot of money went into fixing that up. It's basically a story and a half. And you had to walk from all the way up on Florence Street. Well, probably a third of the houses on Florence Street do not have a driveway. What's going to happen when people visiting, or if the person has a significant other, where are they going to park? Now, I know we all want people to ride a rapid transit. We all want people to work downtown, but that is not a reality yet. Wish it were. Oh, and thank you for not making me follow Nick Neptune.
Do we have any other questions? Councilmember
Yes, David.
Cox?
So regarding parking, to be clear, you would be looking for some sort of a parking minimum?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think Max said there was 195 units. I'm not sure whether those are 1 or 2 bedroom, but so we're really asking not just for 1 space per unit, but for 1 per bedroom, because everybody in Boylan Heights, well, there's a lot that do walk downtown to work, but they still have a car.
Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
As a reminder to council, we eliminated parking minimums for downtown a while ago for our own citywide policies, and we eliminated parking minimums throughout the city for our own citywide policies. So asking for a specific rezoning application to include parking minimums would go against our own citywide policies. So I would be very hesitant to then add back in something that goes against our own policies.
Councilmember Melton, do you, okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to add that there is a 20-story building going in about 200 yards away at the corner of South Saunders and Lake Wheeler Road. So, and I'm not sure what kind of parking they're going to have, but I know it's going to be a situation over in our area until there's something else done. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have any additional questions or a motion?
I have a question for the applicant. Hearing those concerns, as far as, well, let me phrase it this way: if you have retail and you have residents that are living there, if someone is coming in from out of town, Garner or wherever, and they're driving in, they see it, hey, I want to stop there. What options would they have in order to get out of their vehicle and visit the establishment?
I might have to call Jared Martinson up here to get a little bit more specific while he's coming up. I think we've had this conversation before. I mean, the projects that are getting built all have parking because that's the way they get financed. So I know the city is trying not to contribute to that because over parking, we don't want to encourage parking, even though you heard the concern, which, if you go over there, yeah, there are times where it's hard to find on-street parking. But this site lends itself well to 2 levels of parking, one underground, one above ground. As far as people coming and visiting, do you want to speak to that?
Good afternoon. My name is Jared Martinson. I'm an architect with MHA Works Architects in Durham, North Carolina. Happy to be representing this project team with you today. So specific to your question, I think Mac described the site is almost uniquely challenged in its development opportunities, given that there's the utility easement, separating the site down the middle, and then the greenway easement that's been placed on that as well through the efforts over the last few years. But it does slope from South Street at the plan north to the back. And so our conceptual designs have allowed for 2 levels of parking underneath the 2 building footprints that was on the screen previously. For a visitor coming, there is street parking. That street parking can fill up depending on the time of day or the time of the year. There could be opportunities as the plan develops for retail parking to occur within the building. But because we're not exactly sure of what those uses might be, it's harder to commit at this time. But our goal, the project goal, let me state, is really to try to provide, I think, 1 parking place per unit, not 1 parking place per bedroom. We understand the great work that you guys have done with your, eliminating parking minimums, but I think the market is still showing some need for a multifamily project of this type. Okay.
Councilmember Melton.
I have a couple thoughts. I'm very familiar with this area. I go over there a lot. There's a lot happening there. And I do look out at the dirt ditch overgrown with weeds now and think what an area that needs to be developed quickly. And I know this has been a long process. We've got an email from the folks whose property lines directly touch this property, and they're all in support. And it sounds like you've done a lot of work with the landscaping and the step downs. Hearing the gentleman who just spoke, Mr. Spain, I wholeheartedly support retail being included in this project, and it needs to be. But I cannot support a parking requirement. It goes against all the work we've been doing. This is right along what's going to be BRT, and it is going to set a precedent. And conditioning parking into projects is not the right precedent to be setting. So I will not support this case if there is a parking condition included. I won't. I think that the issues with parking in the neighborhood, I think our city manager and staff needs to be looking at if we can do permits or something for the neighborhood there. We have other mechanisms to address an on-street parking issue. It's also not lost on me that all of the houses in that neighborhood don't have driveways or garages because no parking was conditioned for their houses, but now want to condition parking for this new development. And so that is a whole nother discussion, that before the rise of auto dependency, we weren't mandating driveways and garages and everything. And so I think there's a better way to address. I don't want folks not to be able to park in front of their home. I know we've got permits and all those things that we can look at, and if that needs to happen, separate discussion. But I will support this rezoning today. I think that the immediate neighbors are in support. I think the site needs to be developed. I will not support a parking condition, but there needs to be retail included. I feel strongly about that.
Well, I will say because it's in my district and I drive by it all the time, I agree it does need to be developed. I also agree that there should be some retail included in the site. What's giving me pause is the issue about the parking, because again, I did go to the Hartwell on Juneteenth, and I've also gone, they had a comedy show or something 2 weekends ago, and anytime there are events in that area, parking is really, really a challenge. And I do realize that the folks who own houses and stuff there are having some challenges. And so maybe before we move on the case, we do look at, ask the city manager's office and the folks in transportation to look at some type of permitting system or something for the community to address the parking issues if we're not going to include parking minimums. But I don't think we can just ignore the concerns that have been raised by the folks in the community as relates to the parking concerns. And so that is where I would be today.
So may I suggest something? Parking permits, if there's an issue, that's the time to come forward to the city and ask us to institute that. We don't know if it's going to be an issue, and there could very well be adequate parking here. So I think enacting that now, as opposed to looking and seeing how this develops, could be premature.
But I think you had 140 some people who submitted a petition indicating it was a challenge, and you've got a little time left, don't you, Mr. Spain? So maybe he can come and address it. But the folks in the surrounding Boylan Heights area have communicated that that's an issue. So they've already raised that as a concern for us at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
So is it an issue now, or is it an issue they anticipate happening should this be built?
It's an issue we anticipate because, as you know, most people have 2 cars over there. If they've got a teenager, you know what that entails. You've got another car. So what happens, I mean, are we going to say only single people can rent in this building that can't, or you cannot own a car? I mean, what are they going to do? Where are they going to park? I mean, we've got Dix Park, we've got all the development going in up on Lake Wheeler Road. Everyone is concerned about, well, not only the traffic, but the fact that the traffic is going to contribute to excessive parking in our streets. And it's just another hurdle for us if we all have to get a permit every year to park in front of our own house. But we realize that's a reality.
Well, one solution may be to move it to Councilmember Branch's committee and have them do some assessment with it before we vote on the case.
We're not against a development there. We really want something there.
Yeah, we're just addressing the parking issue.
Yeah.
Councilmember Melton?
For me personally, I see them as related but separate issues. Like, I think that there is the rezoning case before us that has unanimously been recommended for approval by RHDC and the Planning Commission. I think it's a site that needs to be developed. The immediately adjacent neighbors have sent us an email. I've read it. They're in support. And then I'm very sensitive to the issue in the neighborhood because they don't have driveways or garages about how we can address that as well. I don't see it's an either or. I think it's a yes and. I would approve this project, and then if we want to send the parking permit issue or the parking issue to committee, or to staff. Like, I think that we should work with the neighborhood because this is not the first time this has happened. There are examples of this across the city. I mean, I think even in Oakwood, they've got some where, you can't, I'm thinking where the standard food is and all that, where you can't park on that street unless you live on that street. I mean, that we have mechanisms.
Well, there's certain hours.
Right, we have mechanisms to address this. So I would move forward with this case and then send this issue separately, deal with it. That's what I would like to do.
But I think there are 2 issues. It's the retail and the parking. So how do we address both of those before we vote on it?
So let me ask the applicant. I've closed the hearing. So that means changes cannot be made, but I can reopen it. However, could you address that issue about retail? What is currently going to be allowed in, et cetera?
Okay, because it's a TOD and it's RX and we have an urban frontage, there will be, active ground level use. The question is it a coffee shop or is it some other type of use? We went through this maybe 15 years ago before we had urban frontages, and we got into negotiating like you have to have 20 or 10,000 square feet of a restaurant. Well, that the risk is if you don't get that particular tenant, you could have a dark space. So the urban frontage gives you the assurance that we will have that active use that neighbors want. And being in the TOD, we get relief on how much is there. So you're going to have the wide sidewalks, the streetscape, the active use. And so the question is, are you saying you want us to like mandate a particular user, which, I think is not a good idea, just having gone through that years ago to get to where we are now. So I think the concern is going to be addressed through the kind of the framework of the zoning.
But I think the folks who have raised concerns are more, their concern is that there's not a guarantee there's going to be any type of retail there. I mean, what you're saying is that you think it'll happen, but...
Well, we're going to build the space. So I guess the question is, what more would you want then? And that's how we've done it in other cases, by doing that urban frontage, having to have some active use between any garage and the street. You have an incentive to lease that space once it's there. And so that's the concern is like, okay, we're saying it's got to be a particular user.
Thank you. Councilmember Melton.
I think to clarify, and this may be a staff question, there's a difference between the zoning would allow us to do it or we're going to be required to put retail spaces in. So with what they're coming forward, if we approve it, are they going to be required to have active retail use? Are they going to be required to have some mixed use component in this building? Or when it comes up for like their administrative site review, could it just end up being all residential?
So we have a form-based code. The urban limited frontage that they're subjecting themselves to requires a certain amount of transparency, specifies spacing between pedestrian entrances, specifies the streetscape, the sidewalk width that Mac was alluding to. Also is probably going to require them to have a higher ceiling height on the ground floor. So they're going to be building space that will accommodate retail. Whether or not they will be able to secure a retail client, the code cannot regulate that.
But
right?
they have to build the space.
But they have to build the space,
thanks.
right? And particularly given the remarks we heard about their expectation of some shelf parking in the low back part of the site, if any of that structured parking is coming up above grade and would be otherwise approximate to the right-of-way, they're going to be obligated to provide habitable conditioned space between the parking structure and the sidewalk. So they're going to be very limited in terms of what kind of, it can't be like all garage driveway, the width of the site, right? So again, the form they absolutely have to build a form that would accommodate retail. The code does not require them to secure a retail tenant.
But it's in your best interest, otherwise you have wasted space that's sitting there empty. Councilmember Bufkin.
Thank you. Question for staff. Oh, there you are.
Sir.
Did all these concerns come up at the Planning Commission and the RHDC?
I can't speak to RHDC. I believe that Mr. Spain did appear at the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, so I guess it'd be two things to address: dealing with the rezoning, but then also dealing with the parking issue in Councilmember Branch's committee. So, okay.
Dealing with what parking issue?
The parking issue that the folks in Boylan Heights have raised about not having adequate spacing. So I think we'd have to have some review in the transportation committee, and then folks could appear and try to work out a permit solution or whatever they need to do to address the parking issues in Boylan Heights.
Well, we have a permit solution in place now.
But are you suggesting, Councilmember Fort, that you will move to approve the rezoning, then send the parking issue to committee?
Yes.
I would second that motion.
Could you repeat that, please?
I told Councilmember Fort if she will make a motion to approve the rezoning and then send the parking issue to committee, I would second that motion.
Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Comment. Not that it matters, but I really think this is a disaster in terms of involving the community. We have a community member here that's come before us with a petition from 140 some of his neighbors, and I just don't think that we're really being responsive to the neighbors. I don't think we're providing certainty for the neighbors, and so therefore I will not vote in favor of this rezoning.
Councilmember Fort, could you repeat the motion, please?
Okay. I'm gonna do it this way, and Robin will tell me if I'm wrong. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action, with the caveat we send the issues related to parking in Boylan Heights to the Transportation Committee. Is that
Do we need two separate motions?
I think we need two separate motions because it's kind of confusing. That has something to do. I think you need to go ahead and approve the rezoning and then make a motion to bring the parking back, or to send it to transportation.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
So the first motion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 7-1, Councilmember Cox. All right, the second motion.
And the second motion is to refer the Boylan Heights community parking issue to the Transportation Committee.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z622.
Yes, ma'am. This is the west side of Jones Sausage between Integrity Drive and Auburn Church Road. It's just about 3.5 acres. It's going from a combination of R4 as well as IX5 with conditions and a SHOD 2 overlay to IX5 with conditions. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Nonetheless, Planning Commission recommends approval. So this is a view of the site. They've prohibited a handful of uses here, and the change here is that the residential density is increasing, or the residential entitlement is increasing modestly. The office square footage and the retail square footage go up, and the industrial square feet also increase significantly here. So this is consistent with some policies, but inconsistent with more. So part of what's happening here is that this request includes some parcels that are part of a paper subdivision on the west side of Jones Sausage. So the lots were subdivided and sold to numerous owners. The land development never happened, and it happened at a time before we had the sureties and bond requirements that we have now that guarantee that land development happens along with parcel subdivision. And so there are 2 or 3 lots that are in this paper subdivision included in the request, and their relationship to the other residential lots in that paper subdivision, which nothing has been developed there. It's the diversity of zoning of ownership there is really hamstringing development. So they've picked up to those 2 parcels as well as this industrial zoned, currently an industrial zoned parcel. And so the fact that they're including the residential lots and that those 2 residential lots are adjacent to others in the paper subdivision is what's prompting the inconsistency here. Partly inconsistent with the future land use map, and approval on your part would require an amendment to the future land use map that's referred to in your consistency statement. And so again, the Planning Commission does find this, does recommend approval here, given the other industrial use in the area that's already developed. Happy to answer questions before you open the hearing and hear from the applicant.
Any questions? Okay, no one has signed up to speak in opposition on this. Signed up in support is Worth Mills.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, Raleigh, NC. This is a rezoning along Integrity Drive to increase and further the types of light industrial and highway retail uses that are already existing in this area and that are planned in the future as well. It would create a consistent zoning district among those 3 lots and remove the SHOD 2 overlay district. And again, it is consistent with the future land use map. It is compatible with the surrounding development, and those inconsistent policies and inconsistency overall with the 2030 comprehensive plan are a result of the proximity of that paper subdivision. So here is the assemblage that fronts on Integrity Drive, Jones Sausage Road, and the paper residential street called Ardmore Drive. We have warehousing, office, and outdoor storage of heavy equipment along the parcels fronting Integrity Drive, that loop there just to the west of Jones Sausage. And there are highway retail uses at the intersection of Jones Sausage Road, such as a Burger King and a gas station. The site is vacant today and partially wooded. I will note that you can see 2 of the lots, or there are 2 lots here. I'll identify them here. That were previously part of that St. Mary's 1964 subdivision that have since been recombined and brought into these 2 heavy industrial developments on Integrity Drive, and they're now being used as stormwater ponds. That's really the only discernible development that you'll find in that 1964 subdivision. And then here is that Jones Sausage and Ardmore Drive intersection. You can see on the right-hand side the mature trees that are growing in that paper street, just another sign that there's really been no development here over the last 60 years. And again, as Bynum mentioned, there is very much fragmented ownership here. Of the 245 lots that exist today, there are over 40 separate ownership groups. So creating any type of consistent residential development within this subdivision, which includes street build-out, utilities, it seems very unlikely. Additionally, there are 2 USGS Blue Line streams that run through this property. There are flood-prone soils throughout, and some of the lots are within the floodway and within the 100-year floodplain as well. This slide shows the surrounding uses along Jones Sausage and Integrity Drive. As I mentioned, Pepsi bottling and distribution, very heavy industrial use is to the southeast. You have a healthy mix of light industrial uses to the east and to the northeast. You have the CAT development equipment along Integrity Drive, and this rezoning is again compatible with the surrounding area and would further the industrial uses that you see along Jones Sausage today. Again, we are also planning to remove the SHOD 2 overlay. The UDO says that the SHOD 2 buffer is intended to extend 1,000 to 1,500 feet from any major access corridor. This property on Integrity Drive is approximately a third of a mile from Interstate 40, so outside of that 1,500 feet of major access corridor. We don't think that the intended buffers from a SHOD 2 overlay applied to a property as far removed from I-40 as this property, and the other Integrity Drive properties do not have that SHOD 2 buffer in place, although they are zoned that way. They were developed prior to implementation of that overlay. As I mentioned, this assemblage is within a large industrial center and is expected to remain as such based on the future land use map here. The Integrity Drive property is designated as business and commercial services. The two properties to the north are designated as low-scale residential. Again, just to summarize, the request is consistent with the future land use map. It is compatible with the surrounding uses. As I mentioned, all of the policies that are identified as inconsistent in the staff report assume that the residentially zoned subdivision would be built out in its current form, which is extremely unlikely. And additionally, a rezoning here to an IX5 consisting zoning district would provide us with additional access off of Ardmore Road, which would include a paving of that street with another potential for driveway access there to reduce any congestion at Integrity and Jones Sausage. Appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the hearing then.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I've driven by this property quite often, if not at least weekly, close to it. And what they're asking for does match. I understand why they're asking for those two parcels to be included, because it would then aid at an intersection for crossing. One thing I want to say before I make my motion to approve is that please have the applicant go out there and address the illegal dumping that has occurred on the property that I saw as recent as 2 days ago. So with that said, before our inspectors do. So with that said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption of effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
I will second, but I just want to also make sure you close the hearing.
I'm just going to say,
Oh, thought you
gonna
did. I'm
close
sorry.
the hearing. And so we have a motion,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Melton. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Okay, thank you. Next is Z 722.
Yes, ma'am. This next rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment that's on the agenda following it are related. They're they address relatively the same area, and they were brought together by the applicant to address some street connectivity and network issues on the site. So this is two parcels on the east side of Capitol Boulevard, just north of I-540. It's about 122 acres. The change here is removing the parkway frontage, and I believe there are also adjustments to conditions here. So this is consistent with the plan overall, but inconsistent with the future land use map and the urban form map. Goes hand in hand with comprehensive plan amendment number 5 of 2022. This is already in the ETJ with Raleigh zoning, AX 10/2022, which is pending, and it'll come up before you a little bit in a future meeting. Would only really would be to facilitate access to city services, primarily water and sewer, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. So here's an aerial view of that site, undeveloped at this point. A couple of views of the site. The Perry Creek roughly bisects the site. Okay. So Perry Creek roughly bisects the site east-west. There's also power easement that runs kind of north-south perpendicular to the creek through the site. So what have they done here with conditions? They've said north of Perry Creek, and you clearly saw where Perry Creek was. They have limited the location of non-residential uses to be proximate to Capitol Boulevard, and they've limited building height proximate to Capitol Boulevard. They are putting some parameters around the type of residential use that is allowed. They are prohibiting the apartment building type, and they are limiting the maximum residential building height. They're making some specifications about treatment of the floodplain, which Mayor Pro Tem Stewart noted was extensive. And then also made some specifications about connectivity for 7022 Capitol Boulevard, what that public street, where it will connect, roughly where it will be, and specifying when that will happen. That'll happen during the development phase. And this is important in this case because they're going to take some streets off the street plan. So the combination of the two, the guarantee in the zoning conditions plus the change in the comprehensive plan, have a relatively net neutral effect when combined. And then they're also providing for a pedestrian and bike crossing of Perry Creek provided on one, specifying where which parcel that's on, and how access would work there. So the residential density goes up. The total maximum number of units is going down a little bit by the analysis here, as well as the, and I think that's largely due to the floodplain preservation, and then the office square footage and the retail square footage both going down modestly here. Consistent with a number of policies here, inconsistent with scale and design and new commercial use and frontage. So they are removing the frontage, the shod. Oh, there's a lot of cases today. I've lost my details. I believe the shod remains in place. So there is some planting and setback required along the Capitol and I-540 frontage. I mean, I wrote with you about this, Councilmember Cox. I should remember this. And the just generally how they're managing commercial use is inconsistent with that one policy. So this would require an amendment to the future land use map. The zoning that's currently in place is inconsistent with the future land use map, but the change would prompt an amendment from office and regional mixed use to community mixed use. Planning Commission does recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you hear from the applicant. Or I can go ahead and provide the presentation for the comp plan amendment before you still would need to hold two separate hearings and vote separately, but I'd be happy to make that comprehensive plan amendment presentation at this time if that's helpful to you, if you want to hear them both.
Okay. Both.
Yep, my good friend behind you is helping me out.
Okay.
So this is an amendment to the street plan that would remove a proposed industrial street and a proposed neighborhood street and reduce the expected size of a proposed street from a 4-lane divided avenue to a 2-lane divided avenue. So you can see on the right here the existing street plan in place, and so that brown industrial street goes away. And the proposed neighborhood street, which is this little fella over here in green, goes away. And then the big street that goes between 1 and 540 would be reduced to a smaller cross-section, which is going to make for a smaller crossing of Perry Creek. This is consistent with the plan and the Planning Commission, the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. So again, there's that site. I've walked you through what they're proposing to change. And remember, they are then, in addition to these changes, in the zoning case, bringing forward a specification about a particular street. So this industrial street that is currently proposed and they're asking to remove is really no longer viable. We've had some change in condition in circumstance because of a state project that will modify the disposition of US 1 here, and then the neighborhood street that they're taking off that would connect Draper and Creekwater, that's being addressed via the zoning condition that I talked about previously, and then bringing that street size down. So this is consistent with the plan. A couple of inconsistent policies here, what with the industrial street going away. And the Planning Commission does recommend approval. What questions can I answer for you about this combination of things, or this one in particular?
Councilmember Knight, then Councilmember Cox.
Just more specific on the creek that flows through. I think there's one. I see the green space that follows it. Is it buried at all on? Will it be buried at all on site? At least where it goes under 540, or how are they? I don't know what 540 looks like right there.
So the site is currently not developed, and I can't speak to what the applicant may want to do. I think that'd be a good question for the applicant. Okay. In terms of future condition.
Requirement to not allow that? I mean, again, I see the green space, and maybe that's something they can answer. But
let me talk to Wayne Miles. You're going to have a presentation from the applicant. I can come back to you on that one.
Councilmember Cox.
Okay, so I have an email from Collier Marsh that says the Planning Commission conditioned their recommendation of approval on the inclusion of a condition that confirms a 50-foot buffer is required along 540 and US 1 under all circumstances. Can you confirm if there's such a condition? Or can Mr. Marsh confirm that?
I think you would want to defer to Mr. Marsh. I don't remember that part of the Planning Commission discussion, but happy to go back and look at the record on that.
Looks like that was why Mr. O'Haver may have voted against.
Pardon me?
It looks like that may have been why Mr. O'Haver voted against it, was he wanted that condition per the notes, per the backup, but
I think that might be the
Mr.
reason for the
Marsh-
objection.
yeah.
Obviously, Mr. Marsh is suggesting that that condition was included, so I just want to get clarification on that.
Well, he's the applicant, so if he wants to offer that voluntarily, he certainly
He's
can.
raising his thumb, but I'd like him to come to the podium and
Well,
put that thumb under.
I need to open up the hearing anyhow, so it'd be appropriate for him to come up at that time. Councilmember Buffkin, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you back up and go through the street plan changes again, or the street configurations? I think I heard you say on balance it's about the same, but then I noted one of the inconsistent policies was connectivity. So can you help me sort this out?
Sure. So what's going away is this industrial street in Brown here that runs roughly parallel to US 1.
And that's the DOT change that.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
This neighborhood street is going away on the street plan, but the zoning case is providing for a connection, right, via conditions.
What's that street look like?
Do you have a map of that, Collier? Okay, great. And then this street, which would connect Gresham Lake and Triangle Town, is being reduced in size from a 4-lane to a 2-lane.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the hearing then. No one has signed up in opposition. And this is the hearing for the first item, does not include the second one yet, which is the comp plan amendment. Although, if you would like to cover both.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street on behalf of the applicant. And so I do have a condensed and combined presentation addressing both and covering a lot of the questions that council has already asked. We anticipated several of those. Again, we were asked to add some conditions, and we have submitted those already. It would require us to come back for a second hearing to have those conditions voted on and approved. So we want to make sure that we cover all questions and can include all necessary conditions, so we come back just once. So again, here's the site northeast of the intersection of 540 and US 1. About 120 acres. Right now, the only access through the site is via Triangle Town Boulevard, which runs under 540. There's a lot of street network issues in the area that we think we can correct with this project. So starting with the zoning side of things, the current zoning is CX5 PKCU. It's a 1995 rezoning case. And the short version of that 1995 rezoning case is that it's really outdated. We can see the exhibit map from those conditions calls 540 the proposed North Wake Expressway, and we were contemplating a different type of development at that time. And there are pages of conditions. They're cumbersome. A lot of them conflict with the UDO, conflict with current development patterns. So what we're seeking to do is clean it all up with this project. So what we're proposing is a CX5 CU designation. You'll note that we're losing the PK frontage, and I'll address that in just a moment. As submitted to the Planning Commission, we had 4 conditions. Two of the conditions related to the comprehensive plan amendment, so I'll touch on those later in the presentation. The other two are depicted on this slide here. One commits to preserving that Perry Creek floodplain, subject to the standard things like street crossings that are allowed under the UDO. To answer Councilmember Knight's question about crossings, Perry Creek right now, it goes under US 1 with 3 culverts, and those would stay the same. So the changes that we would be having is just continuing the streets across as called for with the street plan and as shown with our amendments. So condition 1 obviously preserves that floodplain. What that does, it clearly divides the property into 2 pieces, the part to the north, the part to the south. So our other condition puts specific restrictions on the part to the north. So the part south of Perry Creek would be unrestricted CX5. The part to the north is where the conditions would apply. And I think what we do here is show you exactly how you can have mixed residential uses and mixed uses all in one project with the conditions. So north of Perry Creek, we have restrictions on non-residential uses. Those are restricted to within 500 feet of Capitol Boulevard, restricted in height, and as I'll mention in a moment, we're supplementing some further non-residential restrictions. The remainder of that area north of Perry Creek has a restriction that prohibits the apartment building type. Apartments are contemplated south of Perry Creek. So we'd have multifamily south, north of Perry Creek. We'd create a clear transition in density and use. We're proposing townhomes, but townhomes would be the maximum, I guess, intense residential type permitted in that area. Gives you a good transition to the single family neighborhoods to the north and to the east, and also transitions in height with a max of 3 stories. So we're showing you exactly how we can achieve mixed uses on one site. We have submitted new conditions to staff. They've been reviewed and confirmed with our case planner, Don Belk, that they address the concern raised by Planning Commission. So one adds back in a 50-foot buffer along 540 and Capitol Boulevard. So we had removed Parkway frontage. The reason was with the number of public streets that we're putting with this project, Parkway frontage would apply on all of those and would require a 50-foot buffer on all sides. And that's going to eat up the interior of the site when the intent was to have the buffers along 540 and Capitol Boulevard. So again, we've added that condition to say on 540 and Capitol Boulevard, yes, we will have those buffers. The other inconsistency noted by staff was just that our non-residential uses would permit big box retail uses. Certainly not our intent. We didn't think they were feasible based on the transportation plan in the area, everything that's going on, but we've added a condition that further restricts floor plate area and non-residential square footage that addresses that concern. I think eliminates all inconsistency identified by staff. So with those changes, I think it actually makes us consistent with the future land use map and consistent with the comprehensive plan in just about every possible regard. Now, transitioning to that comprehensive plan amendment, this is all driven by the Capitol Boulevard project. And as council knows, Capitol Boulevard moving north is envisioned to be a controlled access or limited access highway. What we heard from neighbors is, we don't know what the DOT is doing, but what we're seeing is that we might lose access to the street network around us. What can be done here? This slide shows one of 4 possible configurations for our site. We don't know which one DOT is going to pick. Some of them cut off the crossing of Capitol Boulevard entirely. So what we've aimed to do is just provide clarity that the developer will provide streets that then connect the neighborhoods around us. And I'll show you how we do that. So Raleigh street plan, this is an excerpt of our site on the street plan. You see the 3 streets impacting our site. On the left side, an industrial street. In the middle, there's the Triangle Town Boulevard extension running diagonally across the site. In the street plan today, that's an Avenue 4-lane divided. Then all the way to the right is that neighborhood street. And as you'll see, it's running diagonally across floodplain, and it doesn't align with the existing street network that's been developed in the area around it. So we're changing all of those in different ways, all of which are supported by staff. Starting with that industrial street section on the left-hand side, we're taking it out because it's no longer part of the DOT's project. No need to build a road to nowhere. Avenue 4-lane divided, that Triangle Town Boulevard extension, we're proposing to change that to an Avenue 2-lane divided. That's because in working with transportation staff and working with our traffic engineer who's available to answer questions, the actual trips generated do not warrant such a large street, so no need for unnecessarily wide streets and pavement. The trips generated align with an Avenue 2-lane divided. Then finally, that neighborhood street on the right-hand section we're proposing to remove, but we're proposing to address it in our zoning conditions. We're proposing to remove it for 2 reasons. One, because it goes diagonally across the floodplain, and so it's a substantial impact to that floodplain, and 2, because it doesn't align with the street network. So how are we correcting that with conditions? We added 2 zoning conditions. Actually, these exist and were considered at Planning Commission that require public street connections at the two areas shown in red. So at the top, Draper Road, that was one point that neighborhood street was intended to connect. And then on the lower side, aligning with Creekwater Drive, that was the other point. But what we're saying in our conditions is that we'll make connections to those locations with public streets, but rather than cross the floodplain, we'll connect internally to the Triangle Town Boulevard extension. So you eliminate an unnecessary floodplain crossing and you still provide the same ultimate connectivity. But to advance the overall vision to have more blocks and better connectivity, we also added a condition that's shown in green that requires a pedestrian and bicycle crossing of Perry Creek. So far less impactful and encourages a different mode of transportation to provide similar connectivity. So this slide just shows the net effect of the transportation plan amendment as well as those two zoning conditions. What we think you have here is an overall better street plan that better fits the needs, provides the connectivity that neighbors want. We've got a number of folks on our team available here to answer questions, and we respectfully request that you vote to approve this rezoning.
Okay, thank you. You killed both in 8 minutes. Good use of time, thank you. All right, so the first item, let's do this. Why don't we, if there are any questions on item 1 or 2, let's have the applicant address those.
Okay. One question here. I'm seeing, I guess that's Cross Creek Drive, and I see proposed public road. Where do they connect, or do they?
On this slide, you're asking Cross Creek or Creekwater?
Creekwater.
Yeah, so that has been
road.
developed with an apartment complex, and I believe that it's a private road that stubs. Is it private or is it public? Public unrecorded that stubs to the location that we're proposing to connect. So it will meet Creekwater Drive as now extended. And then that would go through our site to the Triangle Town Boulevard extension. So basically east to west connectivity without a floodplain crossing.
Okay, so where that public road stops is actually going to continue on and connect the two?
Yes, but okay. That's not our site, so that's not in the conditions. So that's it would connect, that point is there, but we didn't show it because
stubbing it.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions on first or second item? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
So to Councilmember, and sorry, it's getting late in the afternoon, to Councilmember Cox's question, do we need to hold on voting on this item then until staff reviews your submitted conditions, revised conditions, and not vote on it today?
They've been submitted, and I think they've been reviewed to the extent that they've checked the box, but to formally be voted on, we'd have to come back.
Right.
What I would say is that we are anticipating to provide it either way. Tree conservation area on a thoroughfare is 50 feet average, so we were expecting to provide it, which is why we didn't have the condition. The result will be the same, but obviously the condition gives you more security.
Okay, so we need to hold this item then for 2 weeks.
So are the revised conditions in both items?
So they only relate to the rezoning. The transportation plan amendment, the street plan amendment is not altered. That wouldn't need to be delayed. This annexation is also scheduled for the next public hearing as well. So,
okay, so with all of that, it's probably best to hold all of this.
I think it would
should I hold it open?
Yes, ma'am. I think it'd be great to hold both items and hold them both open. To Mr. Councilmember Buffkin's question about, well, why does the comp plan amendment cite these policies as inconsistent? The comp plan amendment is basically saying it's only consistent if the zoning is present. And so I think to approve the comp plan amendment before the rezoning with the conditions would be from a policy management perspective would be undesirable.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying
hold them both and hold
so
the hearings
hold
open.
Both, and then there's the annexation coming at our September 6th meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yep.
So we will hold this open until the next meeting.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So we're talking about holding it open until September 6th.
Yes.
And that would be in the evening, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I was asking, I was going to mention this during my comments, is that because of a conflict, I would not be here in the afternoon on the 6th, and I just wanted to be sure I could be here for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. We have our next item, which is rezoning Z822 Capitol Hills Drive.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just under 18 acres from IX3 to CX5 with conditions. So you're going from an industrial mixed-use district to a commercial mixed-use district. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. An aerial view of the site. We're actually not too far away from the case we were just looking at. So now we're on the west side of US 1, still outside 540, and a couple of views of Capitol Hills Drive and Gresham Lake Road from the street. So they have prohibited a handful of uses here, limited retail floor area to 15% of the gross floor area or 4,000 square feet, whichever is greater, limiting hours of operation for retail sales. And so what's happening here with the zoning is that the total number of residential potential units is going up, office is going up, and retail is being held steady by those conditions. Consistent with a handful of policies here and consistent with the location of industrial areas and the commercial development impacts. If you noticed on the zoning map, there's a fair amount of industrial use around here already. And Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Any questions of Bynum? Okay. No one has signed up to speak in opposition, so I will open the public hearing. Signed up is Michael Birch and Worth Mills.
Yes, Mayor, we're happy to answer any questions that council may have about this rezoning.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Buffkin, you good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. You know, the only question in my mind was who remembers when this was a golf course? Gail does.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing then and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I'll do it. It's fine.
It's District A.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
Great. So this is Z1822, which is the Western Boulevard BRT TOD overlay. We opened this in July. It's back today. I just wanted to remind you, we've had a lot of process to get to this place. Really, this was forecasted by Equitable Development around transit, the adoption of that project, the work you did to authorize text changes to make a new definition for the overlay, the public hearing we had last month, and we adopted the overlay in the southern corridor, and now we're here today to talk again about western. Oh, great animation. And I just wanted to touch briefly about community engagement. So we went above and beyond on this one, beyond the regulatory requirements. We had some introductory meetings. When we did our neighborhood meetings, we did a combination of, at that time, virtual combined with office hours for staff, so we were available to hear from the public. And I would say that that process combined with the Planning Commission review and the City Council review in July really resulted in some very productive conversations with the community. You'll see in the Planning Commission's recommendations, they're suggesting that you bring some additional parcels in to take some out. Staff has also made some recommendations to take some additional civic use, particularly places of worship, out of the overlay. that process I think was very productive and included Councilmember Fort and Travis Crane and gosh, probably a lot of other people in this room had an opportunity to spend most of the day in Method and Environs a couple weeks ago. Had great got to visit the community center, St. James AME, Oak City Baptist, the Islamic Association's campus. It was a really 2 different daycares. Boy, those kids like the trolley. I would say just a very productive and really fun and frankly delicious engagement with the Method community. Particularly, we heard a lot of concerns from them at the last public hearing, and so a great opportunity to connect with them and answer questions they had. So we are back today. This is where the overlay would be applied. Planning Commission does recommend approval, and this is just a reminder of the parcels that have either been asked by owners for additional removal and also asked by staff for removal. These are cited in your your consistency statements in either direction. And I know we have folks signed up to speak about these 2 particular parcels, 308 Bashford. This is a lot that has frontage on Bashford Road as well as southern frontage on the Western Boulevard extension. There are some environmental features on the south side of the property here. There's a stream and a wetland down, riparian and wetland there. Nonetheless, staff is recommending retention in the overlay, particularly because this has going to be in front of you as a standalone parcel as part of Z2322 brought forward by the owner. They would be pursuing rezoning regardless of the overlay, and so recommending that you leave that question really for consideration later in a more focused process. And then 5563 Western Boulevard, this is, we've actually talked a lot about this parcel as part of the Western Corridor study and the street plan map amendments there. And they were looking for relief there, and now they are again looking for relief from the overlay. This is adjacent to a anticipated stop and it's a site of significant size with significant frontage at a major intersection, and so again, staff is recommending retention. This is really exactly the kind of parcel we are hoping to see redevelop as part of the application of the overlay. But I know you're going to hear from both of those folks as part of the public hearing. And I'm the applicant, so any questions I can answer for you about the overlay, I'd do my best to comply.
Councilmember Fort.
I don't have a question. I know we got more in the process, but I just want to say up front, I really appreciate all of the staff time that was spent that day. It was transportation staff, planning staff, park staff, community engagement staff, city manager staff. We had a lot of staff who had an opportunity to really engage with the folks from Method, got a great historical overview. Had opportunity to hear their concerns from religious communities, community folks who lived there 75, 80 years. So I just want to, and we spent pretty much a full day there. So I just want to commend the staff for taking the time to listen to the concerns and taking the time to really engage with the Method community. So I wanted to say that up front before we do the hearing.
And those conversations led to the direct result of removing some of the properties, the church properties, from the TOD.
That's correct. Yep.
Well, I just want to say the church, all the places of worship, we were recommending that actually before the visit with the Method community. We had initially recommended excluding most civic uses and realized that we really wanted to treat places of worship similar to how we had treated all civic uses. So that's why staff brought those forward throughout both corridors.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cox.
Yes, 2 questions. Regarding interaction with the religious community, I just want to be sure, because we heard this at previous meetings, is to what extent was the Muslim community involved in these discussions?
So the representatives of the Islamic Association of Raleigh were really instrumental in organizing the community tour that we went on a couple weeks ago. And I'm actually very heartened. I think that is going to be a great opportunity for us for engagement going forward as we go along with station area planning in the Western Corridor. Really thankful to have those connections. I think we have good lines of communication going forward.
Okay, and so my second question, the other concern I heard raised has to do with naturally occurring affordable housing. And has staff done any analysis as to the impact of this overlay on naturally occurring affordable housing?
So there is a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing in this corridor. You're absolutely right. And I would say that the height bonus tied to affordable housing is staff's policy response, regulatory response to try and respond to that issue. So we worked with HRNA as part of the equitable development around transit process to develop the benchmarks that set up the regulations of that height bonus, and it's tied to what we can realistically expect the market to respond to. So, we could ask for a higher percentage of units, more deeply affordable for a longer period of time. We wouldn't really expect, based on the market research that we've done, for that to actually yield any affordable housing. And so we've tried to establish that overlay with the bonus at a place where we actually expect the market will respond and will deliver affordable units as part of development and redevelopment in the corridor. So that's really the tool we have to try and cultivate additional affordable housing in the corridor.
And that bonus is based on height?
Yes, sir.
And what is that height?
In the 3-story base district, it's an additional 2 stories, and above that, I believe it's 10% additional stories.
Okay, and so that affordable housing would be in perpetuity or for a limited period of time?
The overlay sets up a minimum duration, which is not in perpetuity. It's a minimum. I believe it's 10 years, and then it sets up an expected percentage of affordability in terms of AMI, and also a percentage in terms of number of units.
Okay, and what are those expectations?
Well, that's the regulations of the overlay. I'm going to look at my notes. Affordable for income less than 60% of AMI and must stay affordable for 30 years.
And how many units? Or what percentage?
50% height bonus if 20% of additional units are affordable.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I do.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. So with all these recommended changes or no changes, what's in front of us today? Would we be approving the staff recommendation?
What's in your consistency statements is the Planning Commission's recommendation, which largely aligns with staff's recommendation.
Okay. Does it align on what's staying in and what's coming out? Okay.
Okay, we have 4 people who have signed up to speak. 2 in support, 2 in opposition. But I have a question for the city attorney. This was kept open, but I'm not sure, I'm trying to remember, the people who spoke in support also spoke in support the last time. So what are the rules here?
I don't think there are any rules now that the time has been that has run out. I think it's totally at your discretion to let people speak again and how long they speak, or if they speak at all. So,
okay. Well, I'm going to let those who signed up, if they're here, speak. In support, we have Colin McGrath and Jen Truman, and I'm going to do 4 minutes. Yes. Is Colin McGrath here?
Yeah.
Hey, Jen Truman.
Thanks, y'all. Good to see you today. Jennifer Truman, 1928 Sierra Drive. I am here to ask you to support the Transit Overlay District because it supports our overall climate goals and the goals for our bus system. It's critical to ensuring that housing choices and a range of housing affordability continue to be present along the much-needed multimodal mixed-use corridors, which Western Boulevard can become but isn't yet. Most of you know that for years I've navigated our city primarily by foot and bus. I'm lucky to have a car for my family to share now, but I have many memories of walking, catching, and missing the bus on this corridor because it's been really hard to ride the bus for too long, particularly to places that we need to work, that we need to go to the store, grocery stores, daycares, schools, things like that. Mostly because our land use pattern doesn't support people that ride the bus. The Transit Overlay District is critical to changing that, to create space for incremental density, incentivize subsidized affordable housing, support small businesses, religious institutions, daycares, current residents. We've heard at Raleigh Transit Authority meetings and at the council meeting this morning how important land use regulations like the Transit Overlay District are to supporting the millions of dollars we're spending on our bus rapid transit. They're critical to getting federal funding to match those local dollars that we're spending on our bus rapid transit. And I'll end by sharing a quote. This summer I attended the American Institute of Architects National Conference on Architecture, where climate action continues to be a major focus for design professionals. And we had the privilege to hear President Obama speak, and he actually talked about issues just like this. He said that sprawl in America isn't good for our climate. So we have to think about how we create a livable density that allows us to take mass transit and allows us to take bicycles and foot traffic. So I'll leave you with his words.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will have those speaking in opposition. 4 minutes, please. That is Worth Mills and Steve Garganis.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. This opposition is specifically with regard to that 308 Bashford Road parcel. Again, as was mentioned at earlier meetings, we do have environmental features such as wetlands and Neuse River stream buffers along the southern portion of the property. We've continued to work with both the Transportation Department and the Planning Department to try to mirror the types of site features that you would find in a TOD district as best as possible to create that connectivity and to, again, kind of mirror the form that you would find under an urban limited frontage. We have reduced parking between Western Boulevard and the building. We have required continuous vehicular access from Bashford to Western. We have included a 10-foot multi-use path along Bashford Road that would come in right here down the eastern portion of the site and then connect to the City of Raleigh owned property to our southeast, avoiding that riparian buffer and then ultimately emptying out onto the extended Western Boulevard. So again, we're trying to do everything that we can to ensure that this is as closely aligned with the TOD as possible. We do have a rezoning case moving forward. It should be at Planning Commission within the next month. And if you choose to have us work through that process, we're happy to do it at the rezoning stage as well. But appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and Mayor Pro Tem Stewart and members of the council. My name is Steve Garganis. I'm a planner with Womble Bond Dickinson, which represents the owners of Plaza West, which can somebody bring that slide back up? In any case, I think it's fair to say that our client does not oppose BRT in Raleigh, nor the Western Boulevard overlay. And and nor do we want to be a donut hole. We were referred to a donut hole as in one of the staff reports. But our client will be adversely affected by the overlay. We have worked very positively with staff and Planning Commission over several other concerns and resolved most of those. But here is the issue. For BRT land use planning, the frontage requirements and the TOD overlay should go together like hand in glove. In one important aspect, they do not. This mapping imposes that particular incongruity on Plaza West. Plaza West was built in the mid to late 80s. It's been well maintained. It certainly is due for a facelift and likely a modest expansion. Whereas the frontage requirements have a built-in out or exception for when existing structures are modestly expanded, the TOD overlay does not. For this overlay, there's a second-story requirement even for modest expansions to one-story structures. Bottom line, should our client desire to modestly expand, say below 25%, which is consistent with lots of other language in the UDO for non-conforming properties, they cannot do so without adding a very awkward and not economically viable second floor only over that expansion. It's poor planning and bad business. Please consider including this minor text change in your rezoning decision today, or otherwise initiate from council as this
Steve, your
rezoning
time
was
is up.
done.
Thank you.
To consider under another time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes,
Mr.
Councilmember
Gurganis.
Buffkin. Steve, we have a question for you here.
What lot are we talking about?
Beg your pardon?
What lot are we talking about?
It's-
Plaza West is the shopping center at the corner of Jones Franklin West.
Yes, sir, where the Harris Teeter is.
Gotcha.
Okay. Any
Thank
other
you.
Any other questions? Okay. I am going to close the hearing then. Councilmember Fort.
Yes, that'd be my motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 16, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the removal of these parcels specified in the agenda materials and consistent with the Planning Commission recommendation and with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch is seconded. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, clerk.
So the last rezoning this afternoon is Z6721. This is one that we discussed back on July 5th and addresses the North Hills assemblage. The public hearing was open on the 5th, held open to today, and the conditions have changed a couple of times. I think there's been a lot happening. And so the conditions that are in your packet today and for your consideration today are dated August 11th. And the changes are primarily to condition 4, revising the clarity of timing around dedication of land for the development of a transit station, and expanding the language that specifies features that are to be supported by the land dedicated. Just trying to add some specificity there in terms of making expectations clear on both sides. And then similarly, those timing and specificity around features to be accommodated in the land dedicated for expansion, redevelopment of Raleigh Fire Station number 9. So those are the big changes since you saw this last. I believe the applicant is here to answer questions. I can answer questions, and also the city attorney has been part of this conversation, so we are available.
Okay. I'd like to ask the applicant to come up, kind of walk us through where we are right now with the conditions.
Mayor, I have some questions for staff.
All right, can we hear first?
Yeah, usually we ask the staff questions first.
Yeah, I want to hear more about the conditions though, because then I can go back, we can go back and ask staff those questions. let's say 4 minutes, and then let's see where we are.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Jamie Schwaler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. With the new conditions, we're still allowing for infill growth within the existing North Hills footprint, but still adding significant public benefits that are even more significant and have even more certainty than what you saw on the 5th. Recall that this request is only 9% of the land area of North Hills overall, but is similar in size to downtown zonings you've seen in the past with 30 and 40-story zoning requests. However, no other case has offered the significant public benefits that we've offered here, and with the new conditions make more certain. And one staff member's notes, these benefits are unprecedented, and they're summarized here on your screen. Of course, they include the bike lanes as well as the bike share, but most importantly, they relate to the land for the transit center and the land for expansion of the fire station, conditions 4 and 6. At the July 5th hearing, you asked us to meet with staff and discuss changes to 2 key areas that directly related to conditions already in your report at that time. First, the legal enforceability of the transit center and fire station land dedication is raised by Councilmember Fort. And second, the desire for world-class transit center language to be incorporated in condition 4, raised by Councilmember Buffkin. The city staff suggested language to meet both concerns, and after much discussion and deliberation, we adopted their language verbatim. We'd like to thank the staff, especially the city attorney and her staff, for working with us diligently over the course of that time and spent a great deal of time to make sure that the dedication was certain and airtight, and that the new dedication for the transit center would offer a world-class experience. These changes were not easy to incorporate, but at the end of the day, we agree with the staff members that they do make the request more robust. They meet the council members' changes that were asked to be discussed on the 5th, and they ensure the dedication will be enforceable, as was raised as a concern on the 5th. Those changes are shown here on the screen, incorporating language drafted by the city attorney's office that building permits cannot be issued until the land has been dedicated. A note on the site plan noting the same effect. The site plans are contingent on the city approval of land dedication, and that fire station land will be sufficient to support fire station infrastructure. We also added, with respect to the world-class transit center request per Councilmember Buffkin, the driver and passenger amenities, including seating area with covered bus shelters, drivers' crew quarters, restrooms for drivers, electronic ticketing, and real-time passenger information kiosks. These changes are shown here in the highlighted portion of the screen. They strengthen the transit center condition, and we'd like to thank Assistant Manager Moore's input on these and how these could meet the vision of the council member. We also appreciate the dialogue with Councilmember Buffkin on these and the suggestions for this vision, which are making this condition stronger. The fire station language was similarly strengthened, shown in the highlighting on the screen here, and we appreciate Chief Griffin's input to this language to make these secure and ensure that the area dedicated would support the parking and amenities that were contemplated in this condition. Because I would recall that the fire station does not have sufficient amenities today, so this is a very cost-effective way to deliver this needed public service at a low cost to citizens. Because we've included a significant amount and increase to meet these council requests, we have not taken up the other aspects raised at the hearing, mainly affordable housing or height reductions. However, the changes that we have offered make the case even more consistent with the serious transit goal of the Midtown Plan, shown on your screen by designated land in the exact area contemplated, as well as map AP MP1, which significant public benefits were anticipated when height exceeds this map, and we're still offering the significant public benefits that were before you July 5th. It's reasonable and in the public interest to approve this case and deliver these needed public benefits. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Branch?
Not really a question, but Jamie mentioned the transit piece and the changes they've made there. And I know I received a call over the break while we were out, and I've had many conversations with different council members, and transit piece keep coming up. I know back in July, I was hesitant to bring this to the transit committee, but with the additional conversation that I have, and I think there was some conversation years ago about DOT connectivity to 440. If we could just bring this to our transit committee, I think that would be a good way to address and do a good deep dive in some of the transit issues.
Okay. Let's see if there's any other questions. Right. Councilmember Buffkin, you had some questions of staff?
Yeah, I do. A couple questions have come up since we last talked about this. So we're told here, you know, the value of the land center and the fire station somewhere between 20 and 25 million. Has the staff done any analysis on the value of that land? Do you understand how they came up with that number? Does it agree with anything you've looked at?
Not that, as far as I know, staff has not done any evaluation or valuation of property held privately, no.
Okay. Okay. My other questions, I think, are probably for the fire chief. Chief, I see you back there.
I believe he's here, yeah.
Chief Griffin, thank you for being with us. So I've believed as this case has gone along, your fire station on Six Forks Road has been well taken care of, but I've gotten some questions from constituents who are concerned first about how you're going to be operating the fire, meeting the needs for fire safety in this area during the construction.
That's a great question. Currently, there's an engine company there, Engine 9 and Battalion Chief 1. The engine will be moved to Station 11, and the Battalion Chief will be moved to Station 19, I believe. So both are within the territory, within the response times of NFPA.
Okay, and just for folks listening at home, where are those fire stations? I mean,
one's on Spring Forest Road, the other one's on 440 and Capitol.
Okay, yeah. Close enough to service the needs. And then when the construction's complete, do you know the configuration of the layout of the station? I've been told that some people believe the entrance will be on Rowan. Some people believe it'll be on Six Forks. Do you know that level of detail yet?
Sure. The entrance is going to be currently where it is, facing Six Forks. The roundabout for the trucks to pull in will be off Rowan.
Gotcha.
They'll pull out the station on Six Forks, but coming into the station, the roundabout for the tiller truck off Rowan. 3 bays to replicate Station 22.
Gotcha. And when all is said and done, you're satisfied the fire safety needs of the area will be met with this land dedication?
With the land dedication and the acquisition of a tiller truck in that particular location, yes, for those high rises being erected.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Councilmember Branch?
If we were just renovating this fire station outside of this zoning case, would you still have to make the same coverage modifications?
Yes. Anytime you do a modification to a fire station where you're closing down and relocating assets, you have to look at that. And some of that's modifying the dispatch as well. So if there's a coverage gap, we look at the dispatch as well. So if North Hills becomes where the call volume goes up, we'll add 2 extra ladder to the actual call volume to the response. So we modify the dispatch anytime there's a coverage area gap.
Thank you.
That's helpful to know. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a suggestion by Councilmember Branch to move this to the Transportation Committee for some continued conversation. I want some guidance from the city attorney. This is still open. We leave it open, and I'm going to ask for a vote to move this to transportation. Is that the proper?
Yes, and Bonham, you can chime in. If you close the public hearing, you only have there's only 30 days that you have to modify the conditions. So if you leave it open, that's going to leave you the time to change the conditions during the committee proceedings. And there was a question on maybe last meeting, and you did not change your rules for referring to committee, and it can be done by the presiding officer or a vote of 5.
Okay.
Could I comment on that?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Mr. Branch, I appreciate you getting interested in this case and your leadership on transportation issues generally. Pardon me?
You say, go ahead, I'm listening.
Well, I appreciate your leadership and your interest on this, but actually the view from the local area is the transit issues are pretty much settled. There's not a whole lot to talk about there. What folks are really interested in are building heights, step backs, and affordable housing. So I just don't think Transportation Committee is the right place to send this case, and I won't support that motion. And I'll add, for what it's worth, I'm ready to move to refer this to the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee, because that's the place where we take up those issues.
Councilmember Melton?
You're on Transportation Transit Committee though, right? Councilmember Buff? You're on that one, right? You're on both committees.
I am, and like I said, there's nothing left to talk about on transportation.
Vice Chair.
It's all squarely within Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities.
Well, two things. I feel like we're kind of splitting hairs here because the committee, I mean, if it comes to transportation and transit, I mean, we can address the other issues you raised too, and you'll be on the committee and could help lead those discussions. I wouldn't send this to committee, but if that's the request, then I'll vote to send it to committee. I will say that when folks talk to me about this, a lot of they talk to me about is traffic. I know the transit center is a big issue. We have also got an email from Shane Collins, and he had a bunch of questions about connections to the Greenway and how the bike lanes would work. So I would support sending. I don't want to send it to committee, but if we're going to, I'd send it to Transportation and Transit. You're on there anyway, and we can address some of those other issues too. That's my thoughts.
Okay, could we have a motion?
So move.
So moved what?
To move this item to the Transit Committee.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
So that passes 5-3. Okay, this will be in the Transportation Committee for you to review. The hearing is kept open should any additional changes in conditions be made. Okay, all right, thank you. And Pat Young, you have obviously something we need to address regarding the Cameron Park and COD.
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Pat Young with Planning and Development. Staff discovered a defect in error in notice, which was a substantial defect. Specifically, there was a requirement that neighbors be sent a mailed notice, and that did not occur. The applicants were required to do that, and they inadvertently neglected to do so. So this case will need to be rescheduled and re-noticed for September 6th. And it can't be heard this evening. So we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So we're withdrawing this now and rescheduling it for the 6th.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to change my vote. It will not change the outcome of the petition annexation, but it's U2. I would like to change my vote to no.
Okay, City Attorney?
Well, technically, you probably can't change your vote at this time, but if it doesn't matter, I think that you can state for the record that you would now oppose.
Well, I just didn't know. I thought the council could bring it back up and allow me to do that.
Well, if you want to reconsider the and vote again, you can do that before the end of the meeting. So if you want to do that, then I think that's
okay,
fine.
I asked to reconsider then.
Okay.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, all right, motion?
I move to approve the annexation.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, on the revote, 2, thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and
Pro Tem
Council.
Stewart, thank you. And then there was also the item that we voted on when you had stepped out. That was Wakefield study plan. And I excused you, but, I'm sorry, what? Can you speak into the mic so I can hear you?
It was gap financing that he stepped out for, not the Wakefield.
It's Milner gap financing. This was additional funding for affordable housing. I had excused you, but do you want your vote to count on this?
Sure. Yes. And what was the vote?
It was
it unanimous?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I I vote to
So
approve.
do we vote again?
Let's do it the same. It's a motion for reconsideration. That's the
Okay.
way to do it. I know it's a pain, but
Sorry.
we're checking the box.
I move to reconsider S2.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. Okay. Motion to approve. All in in a second.
Aye.
Wait a minute. Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
To be clear, we reconsidered and then we approved it again.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Got it.
Okay, I'm going to ask if everybody wants to take a quick break.
Let's keep going. We're so close. I'll run.
Let her take it.
We're not that close, but. Okay, report and recommendation, the Economic Development Committee.
No report. We have one item pending. It's the ARPA funding opportunities, and we're going to meet. We've got an extra Tuesday this month. We're going to meet Tuesday, August 30th at 1:30 in council chambers.
Okay, I will not be able to be there.
Yeah,
So-
I think, but we're good with us meeting, though, the rest of us, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just want to make sure that you have a quorum.
We do, yeah. Not next week, so we would not have a quorum. The 30th, we will, yes.
Okay. Growth and Natural Resources.
We have no items pending. I thought we did, but it seems we have no items pending, and so we will not have a meeting this month of August.
Okay, Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Community Committee. We will not have a meeting in August, and at September meeting, we will announce another meeting in September before the third week or fourth week. Transportation and Transit.
We have two items that came to committee today. We will have the North Hills one on next week, which is the fourth Thursday at 3 o'clock here in the chamber.
What date is that?
The 25th Thursday.
At what time?
It will be at, let me double check, 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
The first item that was referred back to us, my staff needs a little more time dealing with the parking, so that one will be held as pending at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, now report from the mayor and the council. We will start with Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
No report.
Councilmember Fort.
I'd just like to commend a lot of the community folks who are doing back to school drives. Pastor Pulley was here earlier today, but he already left, but he did a great one on Saturday. And so a lot of folks are doing a lot in the community to help their neighbors, and I just want to say thank you.
Councilmember Branch.
Couple items. The first one is in my district, because part of it has pockets of that are in the county. Oftentimes, the Wake County deputy sheriffs are responding to calls. I've known them to respond to calls even on my street, even though I'm in the city limits. So I just want to take a brief moment of silence for Deputy Ned Bird, who recently lost his life. Thank you. Two other things. Again, Councilor Ford mentioned the back to school drives. I want to welcome all the students who are returning from home. Students in my district from Shaw University, St. Augustine's University, and Peace University. Definitely welcome back to the area. To our middle school and high schoolers that haven't started yet in elementary, you got one more week to relax. Some of you have already started back, and I hope you're enjoying it. I had the pleasure of visiting Fuller Elementary, the school I actually attended on yesterday. Fuller opens up. Those students were remote for the last 2 years while they rebuilt Fuller Elementary. So I definitely want to commend all those students. The other thing is, earlier this morning, we had a speaker talk about the Denver STAR program. Well, I was fortunate enough to go to a conference in Denver, and while there, I visited the Denver STAR program. So here are some facts about their program, straight from from them. First, they have 10 teams that respond to calls. They have social workers paired with paramedics. They have 8 vehicles. The interesting part is they said when they came time for vehicles, they had to use alternative vehicles until their main ones came in, and that took almost 18 months. So they said if anyone is looking to go with specialized vehicles, they said start early. The other thing is, which is interesting, they also have a co-responder program, which is social workers working alongside police officers, and they have 38 of them. So I asked the question, I said, will y'all be merging away from that program and go strictly with the STARS team? And they said no. They said you need both. So as we grow and we look at our program here in Raleigh and our Acorns program, definitely want to continue to see it grow. There is a need. We need to put more funding into it. But also, let's take these lessons learned. Again, I went there. I spoke with the people who are running the program. So I got a first hand view of the program and what they're doing. They do receive the majority of their funding, even though it's a private program. They receive the majority of their funding through the city of Denver. They are a nonprofit, but majority of their funding does come from Denver City Council, which is another interesting fact. Even though it's separate, it's still a nonprofit that receives city funding. So again, I've spoken with the city manager about my trip. I briefly mentioned it to the chief as well. Another part that they're looking at, and on this note, in expanding the program, and it's possibly in Chief Griffin, you find this interesting, pairing social workers with the fire department. That may be something they're looking at going forward, but they're not there yet because they're still trying to understand, and they're still growing their program. Someone from Seattle was there, and they talked about their program, but Seattle is now revisiting their program entirely, and I think they're looking more at the Denver model than anything else. So again, we might have been on break, but I wasn't. And I just want to thank everyone for your service here today, and thank all those in the community that continue to come before us.
Thank you. We had the very first U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting we went to. They'd given a program overview of that, but also Portland has a similar program, and that's where the idea for Acorns came from. Was that first meeting I went to at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and haven't been back since because of COVID, but that's the kind of thing we can all learn from each other. And glad you had that experience and shared with the city manager what other communities are doing. So thank you. Councilmember Melton?
No report.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes, as I indicated earlier, on September 6th, I have a conflict in the afternoon, so I will not be here for the afternoon meeting, but I will be here for the evening meeting on that date. I've received a lot of messages and concerns from people about staffing of our fire department, and I appreciate Chief Griffin's response to an email of mine regarding some information about the standards we use to respond to fires. Some additional information I'd like to get in order to achieve some greater clarity is, to what extent are we relying, and this doesn't have to be answered today, but to what extent are we relying on overtime to staff our fire department? And so I'm wondering how many hours of overtime that we've been spending over a period of, say, the last 6 months or so, or maybe even the past year. And to what extent, obviously, there's been a lot said about going to lateral transfers, and we've heard that it's actually quite easy to recruit for the fire department. So the question is, why are we using lateral transfers if in fact it's quite easy to recruit for the fire department? I was wondering about, in terms of the 2023 budget, in terms of the new pay scale, how many firefighters are actually had their pay adjusted because of the new pay scale for 2023? So those are some basic questions I wanted to ask in order to get some additional clarity around staffing for our fire department. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Buffkin?
No report.
Councilmember Knight?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, just like to say, hope everybody had a good summer break. It's good to be back and look forward to working with everybody this fall, especially hope staff got a break, at least from council during that period of time.
That's the only break they got.
That's the only break, hopefully. That's
And not
right.
really
Not
either.
really. That's right. Second comment. So this city council has authorized and adopted 2 sets of text changes that staff refers to as the missing middle strategies. I voted for the first set of changes that came into effect July 2021. I voted against the second set of changes called Missing Middle 2.0 that just went into effect this month, because I thought we should give more time for the first set of changes to be implemented and see the results and impacts on the ground. I do, however, support the will of the majority of the City Council and the general concept behind what the Missing Middle strategies are trying to do. Generally, these text changes are intended to influence the affordability by increasing supply to meet demand and reducing the cost of development, increasing the diversity of housing types across the city, which also influences affordability, and increases density that will allow more housing to be served by transit, walkable neighborhoods, reducing VMTs and sprawl, which all impact climate change, and encourages more energy efficient development, as well as partnering with the broader strategies of affordable housing. We are now starting to see projects utilizing some of these code provisions beginning in the development process in my district and across the city. Based on feedback from my constituents, I do not believe that all the changes are well understood. I also have gotten feedback from residents that given the administrative development process for many of these projects, they are not receiving the notification and engagement opportunities that they are used to getting in the rezoning process. I would like to work towards identifying options that could provide the public with more information about these projects going forward. To that end, I'd like to ask staff to identify education and outreach opportunities to increase understanding of the missing middle changes, the processes for review and approval, and the regulations that remain in place to protect existing neighborhoods. I'd also like to ask staff to produce and bring back to us a report outlining opportunities to increase the transparency of the development process for the missing middle projects, including opportunities for direct engagement between developers and potentially impacted neighbors. These development concepts are new to the residents of the city, and it's clear many don't understand not only the intent but the actual process for how these strategies are implemented. For better or worse, there is an expectation by residents that they will have an opportunity to voice their opinions concerning development that they see impacting them, and I think that's fair. But when organizations and individuals say out of one side of their mouth the City of Raleigh and this council isn't doing enough on affordable housing, and then out of the other side of their mouth say, how dare you look at putting more density in areas of the city that haven't had it before, that is in the least being hypocritical and at worst intentionally misleading. So I'd ask staff to work on this with us to bring back those ideas that I put forward. Thank you.
You know, at one point, the Urban Design Center used to do lecture series on issues that were important. A lot of them were education focused, and perhaps we can revive that. I know during COVID things kind of fell apart, but I'm thinking not only this topic but other topics where we need to educate, do outreach. I mean, we used to bring in guest speakers who are experts in the area, different fields. So we might want to look at that model again from an education standpoint and work not only planning but with our engagement department as well. Okay. All right, I have 4 items, so bear with me. I'll try to make this brief. First off, I'd like to ask council to consider using $30,000 from council contingency for the gun buyback program. That will come back to us at our next meeting on September 6th for a formal vote, but it will go toward gift cards that will support the gun buyback program that's coming up this Saturday. Second item, I just wanted to commend the Sanford Road Community Center backpack giveaway. there were 200 backpacks given out, and people were lined up at 10:30. They anticipated running till 1 o'clock. It was done before noon. Also tells you about the need out there, but just wanted to commend the staff for their work in this area. The third item involves the Trenton Place parking issues. We have had members of the HOA come to us on numerous occasions asking us to basically institute no parking rules in all of the area. There are significant safety issues there, and we made some changes, but now they're saying we really need these changes to be made. I would like for this to come back to the city council, this issue, for consideration. The last time we talked about this was 2 years ago when they homeowners presented a petition. So I'd like for staff to reach out to the HOA and also bring this back to us for consideration. And then finally, I've heard this several times now. One was from a couple of people at the open house on housing affordability. Our home repair program, one woman told me she applied but was told the value of her house was too high. We all know that homes are appreciating. And I just want us to take a look at the price point on this and just give us a report back in the manager's report. I don't know what the price point is. I think it was like $300,000. But there are homes now that are priced much higher in areas, especially in gentrifying areas. And the whole goal of this program is to allow people to stay in their homes. So I just wonder if we need to relook at that price point and potentially make some changes. So if we could have staff look at that and report back to us in the manager's report, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, clerk?
Okay, your ballot results on the Appearance Commission, you have one regular vacancy, no nominees. Arts Commission, one regular vacancy, no nominees. Board of Adjustment, one alternate vacancy. Suzanne Prince received 7 votes, so would be appointed. The next is the City of Oaks Foundation, 2 regular vacancies. On this one, Antonia Marshall received 7 votes, so would be appointed. And I suggest on the second vacancy here, at the last meeting, the mayor asked the City of Oaks to look at their bylaws to change it, so maybe the Parks Director would always be an ex officio member. And they are looking at that and hope to bring us a report very shortly, so it might be that you would want to hold this second vacancy until you get their report and go from there, if that's suitable.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah, did Mr. Payne get 5 votes?
No.
Okay, yeah, so
No,
I think we should just hold that one.
He received 4 votes, so he didn't get appointed, so it'd be a good time to hold it to see. And
yeah, we'll sort it out shortly.
Chris Haggerty said that the trustees were looking at that and had been looking at it previous to the mayor's request, so we'll just hold that until we hear back from them and have the 1 vacancy. The Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy.
You have the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs
Did I
Board.
skip a page?
There's 4 openings there.
I was trying to help you out, Mayor. The Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, community category. No nominees. Same for the alternate vacancy, community category, no nominees. The 1 still on the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, the 1 regular vacancy, professional category. Ariel Josaran I'll probably kill that, but received 7 votes and would be appointed. So you've got one there. The next is the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, professional category, no nominees. Police Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy, victim advocate, no nominees. Now we get some. Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy. Diane Bellamy received, excuse me, received 4 votes. Patsy Morgan received 3, so, and there's no additional nominees, so that will be on the next ballot. The Raleigh Historic Development Commission, you have 4 regular vacancies. Barden Culberth, Octavia Rainey, and Jordan Rallen all received 6 votes, so they would be appointed. And Mr. Buffkin has nominated John Anderson, so that would be on the next ballot. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy. And noted here, the mayor had withdrawn her nominee from the last meeting. Bryce Connors received 6 votes, so would be appointed. And that's all for the nominations. On the Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, you have 1 vacancy. A resignation has been received from Shelley Winters, therefore is 1 vacancy for consideration. The next is Parks Recreation Greenway Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Dave Toms and Dr. Carol Love are both expiring, and neither are eligible for reappointment due to length of service. So you have 2 vacancies there.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a nomination for one of these vacancies.
Yes.
That is Jeff Havener. He's submitted his information, although for a different board.
And
but
this
it's
is Parks Recreation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So you should have his stuff.
So that will appear on the next agenda. The last under nominations is the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Centers Authority, 1 vacancy. The term of Derek Wittenberg is expiring, and he is eligible for reappointment as far as length of service and would like to be considered for reappointment.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Fort.
I'm going to pull a Councilmember Thompson here. Attendance record, I'm trying to interpret this. Is A mean absent?
Yes.
Has anybody been in touch with Mr. Wittenberg?
I have.
He's attended 1 meeting of every meeting that he should have been at.
Mm-hmm. He has said that he will re-engage, and there were some personal reasons for that.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Sorry.
Aye. Opposed? Councilmember Cox and Mayor Pro Tem Stewart opposed.
Now I'm through.
Now you're through.
Now I'm through.
Okay. Report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I have no report.
Okay, report and recommendation of the city
For
clerk.
approval of minutes.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, there we go. Then we have the surplus property
Yes.
sale.
On July 5, the council authorized the advertisement of the opening bid of Brian Mock in the amount of $25,000 plus cost of advertising, subject to the upset bid process. And this is for a property on 1309 Lynn Road. The advertisement ran in the July 8th edition of NNO. No upset bids were received. All legal procedures have been followed. So it's recommended that the bid of $25,000 plus advertising be accepted, and the appropriate officials sign in all legal documents.
Okay. Motion. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Madam Mayor. Real quick.
Yes.
Quick question. I know we advertise these in the paper. Do we have this information also at least on the city website for people? Because I'll be honest with you, people don't necessarily, you can ask the paper. People don't read it like they used to.
Right. I would have to defer to the real estate people. I'm not sure.
Can I ask that?
I will provide you that information. I do not know.
Okay, and it can be the manager's update if we can just get a feedback, and if it's possible to also put bids and stuff at least on the city website somewhere.
I believe they do, but I will double check and we'll provide you a report.
Thank you.
Okay. So here's the good news. There's no closed session today. So I am going to end the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and we are now excused.